Hello guys. Welcome back to Coin Dozer, actually not System Break. We are going to be finishing up, or starting to finish up this project, and today I have a lot of plans to catalog absolutely everything we still need to do to get this up on Steam, and then we're going to be figuring out what I can do, what the artist who's working with us can do, and what we need to, purchase or outsource, like localization, right? We can't do that, so we'll need to pay for that. All that's going to be figured out today, but first I want to get this migrated over to plastic because I'm just not really a big fan of diversion, so that should be a relatively fast process. I just got to get plastic open here. Another week. Also, yeah, I mentioned on our Discord, but this week we will actually be taking a couple, let me do that right now. We're taking a couple days to do Coin Dozer Reloaded development. Finishing touches. Yeah, I'll just do that. I thought I was gonna write more than that. And we're gonna do that at least through Wednesday, I think. And I'll just leave these open because I might push into that. It depends. It really just depends what we have to do, and I haven't cataloged it yet, so this is okay, and it gives Cuthbert time to look over what I've done in System Break, since we're both in agreement that we would rather have a more stable and finalized foundation to work off of, and he wants to take a look at that just to see if we're okay moving in the direction that I've chosen, or we need to modify some things. So it's all good. Let us add a new repo to the cloud. Yes. Should I just copy? Could I just clone it? There will already be source control in the destination folder. I don't think that's going to cause a problem. Maybe making a new folder would be smart. Hey Kent, this week is Dozer polishing? Yes. Polishing, cataloging everything we need to finish. I don't think it'll take the whole week, but it might. We're just going to see what we have to do with it. Do I want to put it in here? Yeah, I'm just going to put it in here. Fuck it. Maybe it'll cause a problem. Who knows? Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. Change my mind again. Unreal Projects, Coin Dozer. Is this going to cause a problem? Let us see. Let me grab my ignore file. That should be good. I'll leave that here. I'm going to hide that though from the ignore. Perfect. Binaries build, config content. Should all be fine. And then I'm going to migrate this over to Unreal 5.6. So let me do that real quick. Let me just make sure it launches fine from here. It should. I don't see any problem, but let me just very safely double check. Okay, initial commit migrate from diversion. I'll keep the diversion repo up so that we can have access to the older versions of the game, but I'm just going to start a new repo here. Should be fine. And let me stop this sync on that. Pause sync. Quit. Beautiful. We should be okay. Thank you, Discord. I am indeed live. We're also close to 900 followers, which is pretty fun. Switch Unreal version 5.6. Let's go for it. And I made some initial notes on stat GPU before 5.6. So I'm curious if we obtain any sort of performance gain from the Switch here. It's such a small game. I doubt there would be anything major, but maybe. Low entry. Is low entry supporting 5.6? Oh god, what is it called? Standard. There it is. It is. Okay, let's install it. It's one of my favorite libraries for blueprints. They're always pretty fast at updating. Got some good stuff in there. Yeah, this one's fine to disable. That's just diversion. We have quite a bit of like lumen in the scene, so I figured updating to 5.6 would be smart. And it's such a small project that if anything breaks, it should be easy to fix. It's my hope, at least. Alright, let's see here. Hey, Rumentice. I was taking a look. We do have nanite enabled in the scene with a lot of things using nanite. I have honestly been a little bit curious if we might not get better performance with nanite disabled in such a simple scene. We will see. Release Dozer on Steam? Yes. Yep, we will release Dozer on Steam. Oh god, I hate their changes to the top bar here. So obnoxious. It's actually costing us more than in 5.5. It's actually running worse. Interesting. Wonder if there's some lighting improvements we can make. Because it's mostly lights. It's mostly render deferred lighting, lights. There's some post-processing in TSR, Lumen. We'll work on that. It's not that much though. It's so minuscule. couple of problems still. The dozer tape, by the way, the table is still being worked on, and there are some changes that are going to be made to it, so we're not finalized with this yet, and I don't want to worry about that, because that's not on me. There are just a couple things, such as the UI localization. I need to make sure that we are actually supporting different screen resolutions, and right now I think that some of our widgets are not the most friendly with other resolutions. Maybe even like ultra widescreen, there might be some problems, I don't know. Honestly, it's not that bad. Obviously, it does increase the FOV a bit, so I'm not sure what I can really do to stop that, or if we need to give a shit, because, you know, the whole scene is modeled anyway, so what does it really matter? Alright, what do we want to do this with? Let's just do Word. Coin Dozer finishing. Let's just start with a list. And we will reorder it as we go. UI art, specifically UI art. We definitely will need localization. In order to do that, I need to reconfigure rework strings entirely. Nixie. Since I think I just hard coded all this in, right? I will have to pull this from string files, and there might be some issues with, for instance, our stats page. We might want to put this on a whole separate page, since you have things like German, which are going to dramatically increase the size of this, right? You might even be able to show some examples. German's always the problem. Spacebar spammed. Oh, that one's not too bad. But you can definitely see how there are some cases where we're looking at even larger. And these are, you know, just rough translations. They're not even the accurate ones, so we'll have to rework this. I would rather just do like a proper escape menu with options, and then you can pull up your stats separately, or the game info separately, so we can do like the... I don't hate this being there, but we could definitely trim this. This could come down in size, I think, quite significantly. Stats I would like to make larger, so we could push that. And I think the general options, so stuff like this down here, could be put into a separate pop-up. But in general, full escape menu rework. Rework string system. Finalize all strings. Gamepad support. And that will have to be done before we do any of that. Steam input integration. We could find a new font to use too, because we're just using Roboto. Something monospace is pretty tempting. That way, if we do have other languages, we can ensure that we're working with a character limit and not a size limit. Monospace font. Place all text with monospace font. Does anybody, by the way, does anybody in chat have a Steam Deck? And I could give you a key. Because I can't afford one. I've requested one from Steam, but who knows when they'll be able to get back to me with that, right? But that way I could outsource some assistance. Like I must know somebody with a Steam Deck. We're your rich people. But I'm loaded into Steamworks. Oh, that's the wrong account. Okay, hold on. Of course it is. I really do not know how long they take to get back, so it could be months. Which would be a little bit too long for me. And as much as I'd love to test it out myself on the Steam Deck, I don't think I'll get the chance right now. Yeah, it just says they've received it, so... I got nothing. Hey, Werewolf. I'll just call you Werewolf. What a long name. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. We do have the app ID already. So it should be a pretty easy thing to get it build up. Alright, let's see. What else? We need to redo the main menu. That can be done... here. You're doing well? That is good to hear. What else do we need? This will need to be refactored to support gamepad. I think we should do that here. I think we're using Steam input for everything as well, unless I'm mistaken. So right now we should have all the actions and context working correctly. What are you playing? I am working on finishing up our Coin Dozer game. But I need to catalog everything that we need still to do for it. Shooting gallery rework. I'll know what that involves. Hey mom. Welcome to chat. did notice that the gems were a bit small. I thought I fixed those, but maybe they got reset. They're at 0.5, that looks correct. I didn't have time to message anybody yesterday, I was working. I was out and or working yesterday. Up until about 9 p.m., so I've been quite busy. Oh yeah, these aren't modified, okay. I can fix this. Okay, that one looks fine. Alright, don't air family drama in a live chat. I promise you that is not the smartest move. There's a reason most streamers do not talk about their family much on stream. I promise you. Unless you want people to be messaged and harassed. Which I know you don't. We live in a very unfortunate world where people will do that out of spite. That is way too big. Those are okay in size. Although I think we need to add in more opacity to the gem material. Hey, Miss Sophie. Cashed in. I will ask Rex to do that. I think they're a little bit hard to see with the lighting. Like, look at that. It's really hard to see with that. So I'm going to ask him to rework the opacity on that a bit. Gold bars could be a little bit bigger too. Yeah, I think these should just come down like down to like 0.4. That looks better. Alright, let's see here. The gallery will get updated. Anything with the ATM, I'm pretty happy with the ATM. I'm mostly happy with the ATM. We'll have to see what happens when we have different languages. We'll see. putting in some space between these two elements could be nice. Why is that pushing so weird? Oh, because we're doing a height override on it. Yeah, skip the height override. Oh. Hey Rex. Oh, Rex, can we increase the opacity of the gems? Just a little bit. Oh, you're gonna, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm moving us over to plastic and I updated us to 5.6. There is a slightly weird thing, is that actually seems to be running a little bit worse. There's a lot of render deferred lighting. I wonder if we have just too much lighting in the scene generally. I wonder why that's so high. I modified the sizes of the gems to where I like them right now, so I'm happy with, oops. I'm happy with these sizes. So keep these sizes they are. Don't modify the sizes. I just need the opacity turned up. That way they're actually visible. And then we'll still need this top and bottom row of pegs to be deleted. Because this one's gonna cause problems with the spawning, and this one will cause problems with them falling onto here. Because they're a whole, oh no, they're not a separate mesh. Okay, I can just delete these. Oh, I didn't know if they were a full mesh or not. Where's the glass? Hold on. Oh, you didn't commit? Do you have any changes that are going to cause a problem? Because I already migrated the project. Well, we'll figure that out when we get to it. We'll probably want to separate the pegs a bit too. I'm wondering if we should do four pegs, 3 pegs, 4, 3, 4 instead of 5, 4. Alternating, because the coins right now don't have a whole lot of space. Not horrible though. Yeah, we'll try to talk later, don't worry. Why did that disappear? What did I do? Let me undo my changes. What did I want to do? I really just want to push this down by like 15 points. So that there's space between the enter your pin and the actual game. It's kind of being an asshole. Okay, at least it's showing up again. If you're a tilted glass, yeah, at first. I think we need if we just scale stuff up. Yeah, I think we just need to scale stuff up. I think most importantly, beyond how things look, we need to make sure that these coins are actually pushing off the edge, which right now they're not. And I think the original version of the game should be our benchmark for trying to replicate those physics. Because things were pushing off pretty easily here. Yeah, see, they're not wanting to go towards the sides in a lot of cases. So we need to bring back this feeling as best we can. Let's make sure the physical materials are okay. They might not be. That could be some of it too. There could have been too much friction. Granted, there's a lot of like air between the coins right now, which doesn't help. It helps a bit. But they're still pushing out the sides. I don't think it's as much because of the size. I think it is because we start the sides right here. And so their first thought isn't to try to push forward, but actually just to push outward, because that's the path of least resistance. And if we give them the path of least resistance being to push outwards, that's where all the force is going to go in the first place. So I'm wondering if we can briefly test that theory. Because we'll still get them to push off the sides here, but I'm wondering if this will help guide them a bit more. I feel like we need a physics degree to work on this game. Yeah, they're still pushing off the edges. Maybe not as much as before, but still, it's very unforgiving. I mean, I've tried to give them all the help that I can. I'm really curious what the collision of the coins, if we change that back to be more, like octagonal. I don't remember what we had in the original coins, but giving these fewer sides might help quite a bit. Because right now I think they're so rounded that they're acting as coins should. You know, and the point of this, obviously this machine in real life, is not to make the player money. Clearly that's never the case with any casino game. We of course want the player to actually win, so I'm thinking maybe if we reduce the number of sides here, that could help quite significantly. Although I don't think I can test that. I could add a capsule collider, but I kind of need to add a cylinder collision. Hey, Kenji's. How was your weekend? Yeah, you wouldn't fail if you were actually making casino games. I think that, you know, if you take a look at like the coin pusher games in real life, they almost, I don't know how to describe the shape of this, but you know, once you see it, you get it. They kind of all have this shape to them where they do have these corners, but they're usually pushed out after the pusher and like angled, so that way most of this stuff will come out towards the player. My animator Jack, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you have a good Monday. Just enable CCP for that. I already did that, yeah. I have CCP and the other one, MACD. Or CCD, MACD, and I have smooth edge collisions. Taking loot boxes. This is not, there's no microtransaction in this game. We want the player to win. It's not a, it's a fun, it's just a game that you can buy. It's a million times cheaper than if you played this game in a casino. There's no microtransactions. Making custom train tool for Unity. I'm hoping to sell once it's polished enough. Well, that's cool. I hope you do, and I hope you make a lot of money with it. Here's the thing, I don't know if this will resolve our problem, Rex, so I would start with the cheapest test, which is just, let's go back to the original game's... Let's add fewer sides to the mesh collision and see if that helps at all. And if that doesn't, we'll keep working up to the more expensive fixes to it. But make sure you test it after every change so that to see if the game is actually playable with it. Alright, I'm not going to touch that any more than we need to right now. Steam input integration, gamepad support, shooting gallery rework, redo main menu, replace all text with monospace font, full escape menu rework, string system, finalize strings, UI art, localization. We need sounds. We can realistically do those here. Yeah, we'll need a full list of sounds that we want. Also, I really want to know why our lighting is so expensive. That's part of game dev is you can use game dev skills for things outside of game dev. I don't know about you, but I can't. You find me one use for game design, for game designer outside of game dev. Hey, rice boil. We shouldn't have that many lights in this scene. I mean, maybe some of their attenuation radiuses are too high. Could be reflections. Asset making and programming, yeah, game designers get fucked. I wish there was something I could do outside of game dev. Like with my game design skills. Some representation for the big letters too would be nice. Something a little bit more fancy. Awesome, okay. Did we boost up like lumen quality at all with this? No, we didn't. Kind of curious if the screen space would give us any better performance. Not really. It's just the deferred lighting. The reflections aren't too bad. TSR is obviously hurting a bit, but I don't have a whole lot of solutions to fix that. FXAA isn't horrendous. It just looks horrible with the emissive. Emissive is always going to cause a problem. I will implement... Oh, I should add that too. We can add DLSS support. Not that people need it, but DLSS does also add NVIDIA sharpening, which is quite nice. And you can use DLAA as an alternative to anti-aliasing in the game, which I think looks better than FXAA, for instance. The coins look so new and worn and zero worn out. I think who cares? I mean, if we want to implement some alternatives, we absolutely can, and just randomize the variant. That's up to Rex if he wants to do that. I think we have more important things for the art to do first, but we could do that. The reason I like not having those is that we can easily tell the differences between the coins right now, and if you have worn out versions of that, it might be harder to spot special coins. Having that contrast helps. You have 85% of the skills needed for game dev. 85. Little 3D modeling and one I'm leaving out because I can't remember. Sound design, I have no skill, and game design I'm learning about. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that's 85% then. If you only have a little bit of 3D modeling, no sound design, and very little game design. There's a lot of stuff to it. Then there's tech art. I think knowing, being a good gameplay programmer is also knowing about what to expose and how to expose it to designers. There's a lot of little things. Level design. That's a big one. Out of curiosity. It helps a bit. There might just be too much emissive. To be fair, we don't need so many lights in the main level. I think some of this will be very useful for the main menu. Let me see here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I don't know whether they're looking that way. I mean, a lot of it should be hidden. I'm gonna duplicate the level. The attenuation on that is not high enough to reach there anyway. This one is. I mean, shouldn't megalights be like working by default? Is that not really helping at all? Oh no, it's not. I thought that might be turned on by default. Helps a little bit. Well, I don't think we would want to bake. But it should be. I'm gonna be real with you, I actually don't know what that does. I don't. I mean, all the lights, pretty much all the lights are set to static. It's just there's a lot of emissiveness. And the emissiveness is automatically going to, with Lumen, it can't be baked. As far as I know. Maybe some of it can. I don't know what I'm talking about. But the player can't see most of this level, so I'd rather use this for like the main menu. And then for the main level, we can just delete what we need. Need a coffee to remember what stuff is called. I need to not stream to remember what stuff is called. Fog? I can check the exponential height fog. I don't think that would cause a problem, but worst case we can remove that. Again, I mean the player's not. It makes this scene look good, but it's just the player's not going to see it, so maybe we don't need it. Down to about 8.5. Won't be away a whole week, no worries. Yeah, I'd like to try to get this mostly finalized by the end of the month, maybe with just some things not finished. Do you have like a... Is there an easy way that we could get rid of so much of the emissiveness? Or just not have it impact dynamic lighting so much? Because I just want to see how much that's costing us. Helps a bit. To be fair, I don't even think it makes the game look a whole lot worse. This was always my problem with Lumen, though. When Lumen looks good, it looks great. When it looks not so great, it definitely looks not so great. I mean, I can always just boost it up. Like, there are some ways that you can kind of go crazy with that shit. Even then. Hmm. You think there's somebody with a, like, just a really good set of lumen? Oh, I never knew there was a separate skylight leaking option. That's good to know. We don't have a skylight though, so we don't have to worry about that. No, I think there's a way that we can do it. Let's just look it up. UE5 lumen settings. There's a whole video. 30 minutes. I'd probably watch that. I'd probably watch that off stream or something. Definitely max trace distance could help a little bit. And because we're so close to the... Okay, it barely does anything, to be honest. How much of this is just the Coin Dozer? A bit, not a whole lot. Let me try something. Yeah, it's clearly something else. Do we have things organized in folders super well? We do. That's something I never do. I appreciate that. I could just do it the old school way. There's definitely a lot of it coming from there. There aren't that many point lights. There's a lot of spotlights, which are going to operate a lot better. But the thing is, with mega lights, we shouldn't have a problem with point lights. We're in 5.6 with mega lights. This should not be a big deal. And to be fair, this number is pretty decent for what this game is. I'm just wondering where all that deferred lighting cost is coming from. Maybe it is just the combination of all the point lights and emissiveness. It should work easy out of the box. I don't know. I haven't really had to use mega lights. I mean, it's supposed to support scenes like this, like, super easy. Yeah, rectangle, by the way, yeah, but rectangle lights are very expensive. Like, this should be running beautifully. Lumen and mega lights cause you convert the project as interact. I think that you're supposed to use, like, lumen and mega lights together. Support harbor ray tracing. And we do have it. Super light. Yeah, some shadows I don't think are very expensive for our scene, from what I saw. Yeah, as far as I know, it's not the shadows, just the lights. r.megalights.allow. Yeah, but having megalights on absolutely increases the performance. Actually interesting, where does it pull it from? Because deferred lighting costs 3.2. Deferred lighting actually goes up in cost. And then megalights goes up. Where is it pulling all those numbers from? Oh, hold on, I gotta do this. The shadow depth goes down like crazy. Oh, and lights gets replaced by mega lights. So lights normally are costing 1.8. Mega lights is costing 2.3, but it's pulling away pretty much all the shadow depth. Which is where we're getting some performance increase. Post-processing stays about the same. TSR about the same. Lumen reflections go down a little bit, but not very much. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Learned a bit more about that. How much do textures meshes using that? We're not using a whole lot. I don't know what size textures you're using, but I think in most cases we wouldn't have to use more than 2K, and in some cases 1K. Who does Megalight work with emissive textures? That is a good question. I would like to figure that out too. It is improving this scene from a performance perspective. That much I can say. As we can see here. I mean, there is a lot of lighting in this scene. Megalights replaces the following features: shadow maps, distance field shadows, ray trace shadows, deferred shading, volumetric fog shadowing, and light evaluation, virtual map, shadow map projection. Direct lighting is handled by a single pass in a unified manner, replacing multiple existing deferred renderer shadowing and shading techniques. Megalights not only reduce the cost of shadowing, but also reduce the cost of the shading itself. We definitely saw that. Megalights has a constant performance overhead, but quality may decrease as the lighting complexity increases at a given pixel. Yeah, we did see that there is that performance overhead, kind of like with Nanite. Culling for ray tracing. Take a look at that. Do camera culling for objects behind the camera outside of this radius. Default is 300 meters. I mean, it helps a little bit. We definitely don't need it at 30,000 in this scene. $100 is 1 meter though, which I think might look a little bit weird. Whether to support directional lights. I mean, I assume that they're already supported, right? Hold on, there's something there. Oops. Megalights requires R forward light buffer mode greater than 0 when using R Megalights directional lights equal 1. Forward light buffer mode. The fuck does that mean? What is a forward light buffer mode? Fuck me. Doesn't really do anything. Screen traces max. Actually, let me try whether to use screen space tracing for shadow rays. Turn that off. That helps. I don't know what that does, but that definitely lowered performance, or increased performance. It lowered performance cost. Megalights uses the ray tracing scene when casting shadows for larger geometry detail, but leverages screen space traces for smaller scale geometry that may be missing from the simplified ray tracing screen. Do we see any like noticeable differences here with that? Yes. Look on the coins. Look on the shadows of the coins. Angel Piecer, how's the other game you're working on going? Which one? There are technically 3. I think we would want to keep that on. But we can always adjust the max distance. The hacking one, that is fine. Kotspert is taking a look at it, so my colleague is taking a look at it. He and I both really want to have that stable foundation of structure, but because he's been really busy, he hasn't had the time to look on the weekends. So he has some time today and tomorrow and maybe Wednesday to take a look, so I'm going to take that time to work on Coin Dozer so he can do what he needs to do in the project, and then we can jump back in there. And there probably will be a bit more of that in the future, at least at the start. The game is really system heavy, really AI heavy, and we just need to get it all working properly. I don't think I'm going to implement the fishing minigame again. Fuck that. It was so broken. It wasn't even that dynamic. It was really boring. There are other games that we could implement for chat to play, but that fishing one was kind of fucking lame. I don't like it. We do have a max distance for screen space tracing as well. Again, very little change though. You update the graphics for this coin game? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. So we want to put it up on Steam. If you see it lower res, or lower frame rate, it's doing that purposefully in editor. When I'm not focused on the screen. That wouldn't happen in the game, just on editor. Well, it's hard to trace. Scaling lighting quality to that of high-end PCs or offline rendering is still under development. You can only control the number of samples per pixel using the following console commands. What is the default for Megalight's number samples per pixel? Supported values are 2, 4, and 16. Okay, 2 helps a lot. And I don't really notice much of a difference. You know, I think actually I do notice some noise happening at 2. We're going to keep that on 4 for the moment. Yeah, we updated a lot of the graphics. Rex did, to be fair. Be more clear. And we could turn off some of this. Where was the, like, it was can ever affect... Oh god, where was it? To be fair, I think it's because it has emissive properties that it might be going a little bit overboard. Open SSL, I have no idea what that is. Cheesela, how you doing? Well, I'm not shitting on you, Rex, for this. Do not worry, this is something that I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, see, like, that isn't really affecting it that much. It's coming from something else. No, emissive causes a lot of problems with lumen. It causes a lot of flickering, and it's kind of hard to get rid of. Dark scenes especially, we might get better performance by not having lumen on and baking some of the lighting. Yeah, Ahmed, what'd you send? I don't want to get DMCA'd, Ahmed. Don't get my video taken down. No. Wait, hold on. Do we want to use forward shading? Wait, hold on. Forwarding is the one that you have to have on to have lumen and nanite, right? Wait, why is forward on? No, we need forward on. I always forget which one we need. Yeah, that's fine. We want forward. Ignore me, we want forward. Yeah, can still be baked into light maps. Obviously, this looks a lot uglier. I think you need the other one for Lumen. I'm pretty sure forward is the one that you need for Lumen. Deferred is the one... is the old school one. I always forget. It's the other way around? How come it's working then? Deferred. So why is forward on then? Okay, I'll turn it on. See what happens. Yeah, I was wondering that because I'm pretty sure it was deferred that needs Lumen, but I'm just so curious why that isn't turned on by default. Definitely looks a bit better. These spotlights don't look very bright though. Hold on, what did I break? Oh, you know what it might be? It might be the culling distance on those. I was fucking around with those. $37,000 on intensity, Jesus Christ. They don't need to be that high. That is wild intensity. Who did the new art? Rex did. Unitless? That's what Unreal uses. But like 37,000 is a fucking wild intensity. Look at this. This is Unitless 5,000. It's pretty fucking bright. Any of your games doing well or decent? Which games? What do you mean doing well? Or decent? Let me check Megalites again, actually. Yeah, Megalites is still helping. Like your most successful games, would you consider it doing well or decent in your perspective? Well, the most successful game that I've ever worked on is Darkest Dungeon, which I would say did pretty well. Just a couple million sales. It's just like the materials are so dark that they're absorbing a lot of the light. Pretty shiny though. You'd think it would bounce light more than it is. I'm very curious about that. Where is the metallic? What the fuck? Also, just curious question, Rex. Do we own everything that you put into the game? Just 100% making sure. Okay, cool. Thank you, sir. Better safe than sorry. No, it was less about AI, just like making sure that there wasn't anything that we shouldn't have in here, or like temporary. This is a weird way to handle metallic and roughness, but I don't know what I'm looking at, so. I like casting a shadow. It's kind of weird. Where's my widget? Oh, there it is. I think they moved it down. Materials can sometimes look more complex than they actually are. They're all compiled down anyway. worry about that. Wasting my time. I'm not unhappy with where that's sitting, but I would love to test this on lower end systems. Mirrors in the entrance? What mirrors? Do we have an entrance? There's no way out of this. You're stuck gambling for life. Now, I think that we can probably delete a good section of this level, which will help. And we can always put these assets, like I copied and pasted the level over to use it as the main menu. But we can 100% trim down this level. Which I will do. Definitely don't need a ceiling. That will help with some of the bouncing. Most of this is visible. So let's do this. Probably shouldn't have gotten rid of this wall. Because I think that might be visible. Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Let's just copy this. There was just a little bit of a misunderstanding between me and Rex. That was not his fault. I think I had mentioned that we wanted like an interior, and I think he misunderstood it as we want an entire interior, and this is the outcome. But we can still use it. We can still use it for the main menu. I think it looks really nice. Don't get me wrong. I think more like that PS1 style. I didn't like that game. What was that game called? Yeah, what was that called? Clover Pit. I actually did not like the demo of this game. I was really looking forward to this game, but I actually was not a big fan of it. I felt like there wasn't a whole lot of skill involved. And it wasn't very dynamic, and it was way too hard for what it was. It's a bit of a shame, but they could fix that. It doesn't even help that much. It might just be the amount of emissiveness on certain parts of this. I don't know what the issue is. Definitely the table and the ATM, which, to be fair, are okay. There are hero objects, right? They are the centerpiece of our game. You know, how much really can we fix that? Yeah, very weird. Not the ATM. It's not the pegs, is it? That would be funny if it was the pegs for some, I don't know, some weird stupid reason. It's not the bumpers. No, they're barely anything. I wouldn't take a look at this table and think, yes, these are costing us so much. Well, the blinking is fine. That's just a material. Yeah, I'm trying to find what the performance killer is. Like, what's causing so much of the deferred lighting cost? And I wouldn't think that this is that much. I was thinking the coins with the reflectiveness. Where's our coins? No, they're not doing much. They're not costing that much. They're a little bit, but I think it's not the deferred lighting, it's mostly the reflections in that case. You have a goal for what this game to be is in terms of storage for the user to download? It's not very heavy. I can tell you that. I can even try to cook it down. Adam, thank you so much for the raid. with 213
Adam
people.
Ceonis raided my stream with 213 viewers.
Happy Monday, guys. Thank you so much for the raid. That's very nice of you. I hope you're doing well. Good luck with the release. I appreciate that. We're getting our list made. I'm trying to find some performance issues right now. Trim down on our deferred lighting cost. But I hope your stream was good. And welcome, Raiders. Come chill out with me and try to figure out why our lighting cost is so high. I mean, it could just be the amount of emissiveness. Is there an easy, like, emissive parent that we could really bump this down on? This looks good. Hey, alternate human being. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. You can thank Rex, since he was the one that made it. Oh, we could just, hold on, let me do this. Can I clear these? Or just set them to some static material, I don't know. Didn't really do much. Yeah, take care, Angel Peaser. Have a nice sleep. I mean, it is a little bit. And maybe it's just all adding up. No, the initial cost from megalights is reducing the cost of the shadows. So if I turn off megalights, we actually lose some performance on that. So it looks pretty big, but it is pulling that from other sources. What if it's just the glass? What if it is actually just the glass? Glass is pretty expensive. Actually, we can check this. Let me turn on shader complexity. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Glass. Especially multiple pieces of glass in a row. Yeah, glass is glass. It's gonna look weird for a second, but I'm gonna do this. It is, in fact, the glass. To some extent. Not entirely, though. Could also be some of these. Could also be our gems. I think just making those fully opaque is probably going to be the smarter move, to be honest. Let me throw a gem down on the table. look at the increase when you look at the gems. Yeah, lumen reflections goes up. I think there's multiple things at play here, though. Do we really need it looking this good? I guess is the question. To be fair, too, it will run better outside of the engine. We're not getting bad FPS right now, although I think I have VSync forced on. I don't think I can turn it off. There we go. And we will get about 30% better FPS outside of the engine. Still, that is actually not as good as I thought it would be. We can turn off per object receiving global illumination, right? Or receiving lumen ray tracing? Dum dum dum. Stranded Enigma, thank you for the follow as well. And thank you guys, you're helping us reach 900 followers. Once we reach 1,000, I will be doing a 24-hour gaming stream. Hopefully not dying in the process. Or getting myself canceled. We might just have too many things reflecting. Can we turn off specifically just lumen reflections, or I don't know, just anything. I don't know, lumen. Reflection method. And turn off reflections. Definitely helps. I don't know if it makes things look better. I'm half tempted just to go with screen space reflections, though. And see if that helps at all. How do we utilize reflection captures? We have to bake those, right? I mean, we know for sure that the glass is causing a problem. Anomalies. Whole room is a mirror. Yeah, it is kind of a bit of a mirror. What glass were you using here? Remember that AI pizza game? I do remember the AI pizza game. Sadly, I remember it. It's now front page of my recommendations. I'm sorry to hear that. Just rubbing it in. Thank you for that. What do you do? I don't know if there's any glass that would really... I mean, that's a little bit better shader complexity. Still not great, though. I'll let you deal with the glass. Rex. Although I think that we could just, like we have here, just remove the front glass. I mean, if anything, it just makes the game easier to see. So, straight performance boost on that. The glass here, we're just gonna have to like suck it up and use something. This glass actually looks pretty nice. But whatever's low cost, I really don't know if these gems are actually causing a big problem. It could just be that there is just a lot of reflections going on. Yeah, glass is always just kind of fucked up. Well, your game is also in that recommendation list, The Dead Last. I'm sorry. I hate the AI games. Lick the glass. Everything else is pretty fine. Some of it's a little expensive, but it's really not that big of a deal. Razor they shouldn't be bouncing a million times. Default, they shouldn't bounce more than a couple times. And I didn't change it. So unless there's some hidden number that you're thinking about here. It is metal, but I'm wondering if we can try screen space reflections. I think we can force it with the post process, right? I don't know if that overrides though. I mean, Lumen definitely looks better. The performance isn't horrible, but it would be nice if we could boost it up so that people with potato cards don't complain too much. Too much. Graphics options won't handle all of it, unfortunately. Recommended 5090. Look, we're getting 60 FPS. It's not a problem, and the game will build down into something much smaller. I can even try to package it right now. I don't know if it'll error out or anything though. Did I do a shipping build? Yeah. Well, I'm using VSync. I have VSync on. In which case I should have made a build with VSync off. Fuck. Oh well. I'll remake the build once it cooks. I just want to see what we get in the built version. VSync on and doesn't know why. Who doesn't know why? Hey, Lepus. I know VSync is on, guys. I know VSync is on. I'm not asking why I only get 60. I'm asking why when I turn VSync off, we only get 75. That's the more important question, which we already tested. Problem is I have VSync on here and it's a shipping build, so I can't turn it off, so let me just rebuild this real quick. Alright, main menu might look a little fucked up here, that's fine. Why is it not telling me how much FPS I'm getting? Why is it not working? No FPS, yeah, the game is not running. Fuck. Hello? Because like my mouse cursor is like I don't have the game focused with the mouse or something. I don't fucking know. What's the blue artifacts? That is called Lumen, sir. And yeah, it does cause a lot of artifacting. God, I hate turning VSync off. Who the fuck would ever run with VSync off? Ugh. I can make a... Hold on. I have a way to do this. Oh, and we've started to work on our third game with a separate team, and that's got some initial documentation made for it, and we're going to be prototyping some of the systems, so that we might also jump between, once Coin Dozer's finished for sure, to prototype some of those core systems. So I want to ideally release 2 games at least into Steam this year, but we can absolutely do at least 1 game this year. That shouldn't be a problem. Let me close this as well, because that will be taking up some of my GPU cost. It says 60. That is not true at all. VSync is definitely not on. God damn it, why does that not work? Ugh. Why is FPS static? Well, it's either thinking VSync is on. I doubt VSync is on if my GPU is at 96%. So it's not returning the proper frame pacing here. I don't have Steam enabled. I could enable Steam. I don't know if adding it as a non-Steam game would enable the overlay to check for it. I can try it. I have tried turning it off and on again, yes. Multiple times. That is not the right game. This is the correct game. This is the Steam app game. That is not the correct one though. Where did it go? Where the hell is it? Oh, there we go. Wait. There we go. There we are. Okay, so we're getting 180 FPS. I'm not unhappy with that, to be honest. Granted, I have a pretty powerful computer, but I'm okay with that. I'm really not going to try to over-optimize it more than that. Yeah. I don't know why the in-game frame counter was only showing 60, but whatever. Who cares? That's definitely better than the in-engine 70 that it was saying. So I'll take it. Rex, if you want to go crazy, by the way, and do a little bit of level design, we have our main menu. Go ham with it. Do whatever the fuck you want with this. Only requirement or desire would be there is a little bit of logic set up in here, I think. Yeah, you can absolutely do the interior here. Just I want the table to be visible with the coins falling. Hold on, where's the actual game for it? This didn't have the main menu though, right? Oh no, this did. So I had something like this where you could actually just see the coins falling. And I kind of like that just because it's kind of fun. So something similar in idea to this where we can just see that. And as long as we have a good visible space for the options that you can choose, would be nice. But I can always move this, to one of the sides. So worry less about this. Just create a nice opening without anything in it that I can shove those into. God, raised with the lights. Yeah, I could implement hold on. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'll do it. I'm doing it. Where is it? Where's my volumetric fog? Hello. Where's my volumetric fog? That's so sad. Maybe I didn't enable something properly. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I still don't see it. Aww. Maybe there's something else you have to turn on to get volumetric fog working. We could have like fog creeping away from the table. I don't think it's that expensive either. You know, let me try to get it working. Let's get distracted today. What could go wrong? Where's our quality settings? Viewport scalability. It's on Epic. Maybe we do need the exponential height fog turned on or something. No, I don't see it. Oh, hold on. I think it's working. Hey, start of local fog volume. Oh no, I have a custom one. I have this one. Just need to get it working. The dry ice. Kind of hard to see though with this this level. I think it's working. Or maybe not. Oh no, it's definitely working. I don't know why it's not giving the different colors though. It's so dumb. Looks like people are vaping in there. Maybe the reason I never needed to add the exponential height fog is because I always had ultra dynamic sky, which probably had it built into that. I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, I figured they do. Weather effects. You guys want weather? Yeah, you want it to rain while you're... God damn it. I don't even know if it would work. UDS isn't updated yet for it. UDS is not updated since 5.3? No, that can't be though. I was using it with 5.4. The hell? No, it says it works with 5.6. Maybe my cache is old. Must be. I think it's just my cache. Hold on. Yeah, weird. But hey, if the Epic launcher worked correctly, then it wouldn't be the Epic launcher, so... Is this what you wanted, you mongrels? Oops. Is this what you want? Huh? Maybe some thunderstorm? That's what you want? God damn it. Nothing better than gambling in the rain. Yeah, we can get some volumetric clouds. Or fuck it. Volumetric aurora. We'll add in an aurora. Rain inside it and coins will flow over. I hate it. Make money rain. I think we're getting a bit off what our goal was today on stream. Maybe I'm wrong about that. What the fuck is the volumetric fog? Didn't weather? Oh, there we go. There you go. Get all smoky. Barely see what you're doing. Now that's a vibe right there. Fortunately, can't see the nice auroras though. I always thought by default they moved way too fast. Reminds you of Amsterdam? It's weird, I could have sworn like the alien and stuff had like different colors. Maybe I'm crazy though. Just add it manually. Beautiful. How else would you play the game? If not for massive amounts of fog in the level. No, we're not doing it. Unneeded, unnecessary. Microtransactions to remove the fog. Why am I deleting this from an editor? What? I'm so fucking dumb. Get out of here. Alright, what can we work on today that's part of this? DLSS support. Because why not? The sharpening does help, to be honest. You know what? I don't fucking like implementing DLSS support. It might not even have support for 5.6 yet. I mainly wanted to do it for the sharpening and for super resolution for like DLAA, because DLAA looks really good and it runs at native resolution. It's a good alternative to TSR, which is Unreal's built-in, super sampling. It only has 5.5 right now anyway. So I'm just gonna not do it for the moment. Bit of a shame. We'll introduce reflex low latency, yeah. It can spam spacebar even faster and more accurately. So we'll just hold off on that for the moment. Steam input integration. I actually have no idea how to input any of these Steam input stuff. Where's Steamworks? Tools. Not here. Resources. Documentation. SDK. I don't know if it's part of the SDK. Might be. This is for support with all gamepads, and then customizing inputs via Steam Input API. Steam Input API. Where? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, controller-specific glyphs will be something that we have to do when showing in-game prompts. Where's... How do I do it, though? In-game actions file. The fuck? God, this looks like a mess. Maybe we should just implement controller support first and then worry about this. On-screen icons should match the input device. I don't know about you guys, but I use the DualShock controllers because I love the PS5 controller. It's so good. And 1 out of maybe 50 games actually shows PlayStation icons, and it really fucking bothers me. Well, let's try it. Let me commit what I have right now. I don't know if it could recognize my PS5 controller though. Do you mean the other day because I was trying to get back into Lies of P for the DLC and I couldn't remember the controls and it didn't have DualShock button icons? I will make sure that we do. I'm going to use Kenny's assets for icons. Most likely, because I know he has a whole bunch. Yeah, the input prompts here. And that is free. Although I'm not gonna go to Blue Sky. Sorry, Kenny. Ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna go to Blue Sky with all either 10 blue-haired crazy people. DualShock plugin. The Windows DualShock plugin. Using raw input and enhanced input. We can just see if it works. Input context dozering. Drop coin. Face button bottom. I did have to design the controls for Train Life, and that was way more of a complex game than this one is. This game has like 2 actions, maybe 3. Yeah, it doesn't recognize my controller. How can we do that? Let's see if there is anything on Fab that might speed this up. PS5 controllers. Yeah, through Steam it should be okay. Because Steam input is what can convert all the input to X input. So Steam is really nice for that. But I want that to work without Steam. For PlayStation control. Is there any way that we can do it without having to use Steam input? Just for like people not on Steam? Granted, the game is released on Steam, so... Still, it would be nice if I can get it working without it. Yeah, I don't want DS4 Windows, though. I want some other... There's gotta be a way. App and gamepad utils. That's fucking expensive, though. I don't really see anything. It'd probably need a custom solution if we're not gonna go with Steam input. I don't really know if I can solve that. I can check these videos. Oop. No good out of the box solution. You can use a plugin that adds DualShock gamepads. I think it's paid on the marketplace, I believe UE5, or added support for this newer Windows tool that generalizes input devices. Yeah, X input. Windows Game Input API. Windows Game Input API. Maybe it's a plugin? DualShock does work differently. Xbox uses X input, and you would need to convert Windows or the DualShock controllers over to X input. What is it called? X input device. Windows raw input. So it does have X input as a game controller. So it does have built-in X input here. But I don't think it converts this over. Maybe I'm crazy? Something could be eating the input too. Usually there's a little box that pops up that says when a device is recognized in Unreal. Try those, I guess. See what happens. I see nothing. I thought there was a more complex setup, maybe in device manager. Where do they shove these again? Here they are. Not that one, is it? Game input. Oh, I don't even know what I'd be doing with this. It says it supports PS4, PS5. Wonder how you use it. Library. Copy the plugins, game input windows from your installed engine into your projects plugin folder, then it works. But make sure to install the GDK before and restart the PC after GDK installation. God, I really don't want to do that. I really don't. It's the only gamepad that I have, though, to test this with, so unless I just convert it to X input, which might work. I don't know if I have DS4 Windows on here. Yeah, see? Input device has been connected. And now we can use the controller to spawn coins. So the nice thing is Steam input should make that automatic. We shouldn't need DS4 Windows to test that or to play the game. But it would be kind of nice to have that support without needing Steam input, you know? But I think that's just a bit beyond the scope of my capabilities and beyond the scope of this game. So I guess for testing, we'll just use DS4 Windows until we get Steam input working. But we can absolutely get gamepad support, test it out without needing Steam input. So we'll just switch those around. That's fine. For the gallery is the main concern here. Since the gallery itself, I don't want to use a virtual mouse cursor, but I'd rather the player switch between these windows. Wondering how we could do that. Oh, I see that. That is nice. No more LED. It's not bad. We're getting 180 FPS in the built game. I'm not upset with that. This is not bad. This is a very good number right now. What's the gamepad, what's the button? What do they call that? That might be special, right? Yeah. Problem is we do not have any of these focusable, which is a bit of a problem. I did that purposefully. Let's worry about the gallery after we get done with the main stuff. Now I think we could override this and we could have it eat tab, because we want tab and spacebar to be eaten by... We just want those to be eaten. Event reply. I think we do want to handle it if we want it to eat. Let me double check. Oh no, that is the right way. Still, I really hate it showing the little blue outline. I've never implemented gamepad support, so it'll be a fun learning experience. Yeah, it's just like that. It's just it being hovered. Pretty hard. I know Cuthbert has too. He's offered to help with that. Like set the first thing to be focused. Well, we need to reconfigure the escape menu anyway. That's something I should do. So no bother getting that to work well if we don't know what that should look like yet. At the very least, we know that we'll need Steam input integration. And that should ease a few things. And if we're doing Steam input integration, we might as well just do full Steam integration. Because once we throw that on Steam, we can launch it with Steam enabled, and that should give us Steam input as well. Steam integration was pretty easy though, if I remember correctly. We do need the Steamworks SDK, don't we? I think. I don't remember. I know we had a bunch of problems with it last time. Let me watch the video. Oh yeah, they're just built in, aren't they? That's right. I forgot about that. And we need our ini. Config. Default. It was the default game ini file, right? Default engine a file. And we just paste a bunch of shite at the bottom of it. What was that? Here. Do you have an app ID? Let's go find it. Is this it? I think this is it. But I don't remember. And that alone wasn't enough to do it. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, we had this. We have to run simulate. That's right, to see if it's working. Or not simulate. Standalone. And I think it'll show up. No. But hold on. What was it called? Red Talaria. No, this was not it. This was not it. It was something else. Advanced sessions, maybe? Oh man, I don't remember. Maybe this? Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, I think we need to add a plugins folder to the project. I think it's here. I don't think we put it in content. Could be wrong about that. Aha. Okay, and then I think what we had to do on that, if I remember correctly, there was like some check you can run to see if it's using Steam or not. Because it wasn't enabling by default. I remember just having this hooked up made it work. It was very weird. I don't think it worked in PIE. Worst case, I'll find the day in Colton Chronicles that we added it. Maybe I have to be logged in. Coin pusher. 380757. That is what I put in the. Yes. Oh, render focus rule. Okay, give me 1 second to do that. I already forgot what I was gonna do. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna check Colton Chronicles settings for this. Oh, I remember it didn't like the tabs, didn't it? Wasn't that the issue? I spent like 5,000 hours trying to figure out why it wasn't working. And it was because it copies from the site with tabs. Ooh, something about that rings a bell. Oh, there it is. Coin pusher reloaded. Okay, we got that working. Yeah, we're Gucci. Okay. Awesome. We got it working with Steam. Although it's not showing that it's not being played anymore. Let me make a build with this and see if it works properly. Doot. Why? Who? Who's erroring? The fuck broke? The hell? Not because of just what I just implemented in it. Why? Oh. Okay. Alright. Why are you being a bitch? It's the advanced sessions. We need to place this in our engine? Wait, the following... Following action paths are longer than 260 characters. There's no way that's the reason that it's failing to build, right? Let me go to the bathroom. I swear to God, if that's the reason, I'm gonna be so upset. this shit. Does it really fail if you have...
I'm gonna come.
This is true. Also true. Does it really fail the build if you have file paths that are so fucking long? There's no way, right? What is this telling me? And I guess I could throw this in my engine plugins. Fuck it, I'll try it. Where are my installations? .6 plugins, marketplace. I just did the wrong one. I just loaded up Golden Chronicles. Let's not talk about what I just did. Oops. Hey, pause for love. How's your Monday? What am I doing? Okay, copy it out of here. Place it in here. You know what? Maybe we need the advanced sessions in the local plugins too. I think that might have been the reason. We're gonna see though. What are you talking about? I am trying to fix a build error for Steam integration. Maybe we do need it in both parts. Hold on. I opened up the wrong thing. What are we not talking about? Airplane food. Okay, is it in both places correctly now? 5.6. Let's try it this time. In which case, I'll have to get you to download that too, Rex. If this fixes it. There's always little quirks with plugins. Don't fail. Don't fail. Don't do it. Fuck you, don't do it. Why do you do it? Why do you do it? Okay, let me try it not in the local. There's no way it's a file path issue, right? I will say it's not unregistering the game being played on Steam immediately. I wonder why. Maybe that was it. It's actually a file path length issue? What? Really? UE5 build failed file path length. Editor settings support long paths. Allow creation of assets with paths longer than 260 characters. Note that this also requires the Windows 10 anniversary update and support for long paths to be enabled through the group policy editor. Oh, so it's like a... Okay, it's a Windows problem? Or where would that even be located? I'm just curious if that's on by default for people. Long file paths, group policy, hooplacy. Local machine system current control sets. Local machine. What's in the registry? Oh, I see. Administrator template system, file system. Administrator template. File system. Enable Win32 long paths. Not configured. Okay, we should not touch this then. Interesting though. Very interesting. We'll just keep it there. This problem about airplane food, you have to be on an airplane to get it. I'm not getting on one of those. Annoying kids screaming. I mean, here's the thing. The change in pressure can fuck with kids. It's not their fault. I am much less sympathetic towards a kid who is like kicking the back of my seat and the parent isn't stopping it, compared to a kid who's just crying because of the pressure changes in their ears. Because one of those is like, you know, you grow up and you learned how to deal with that pain or whatever, or like, you know, it's some baby, so it's like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, Steam isn't working here. Why? Do you maybe have to push it to Steam? I'm not gonna worry about that. I don't know what the issue is. I think what worse than a kid. Oh, I don't know. Maybe if it's worse or not. But I also hate kids who are given iPads and the volumes are turned on. Like, why? And so everybody just hears like some stupid mobile game being blasted at full volume. I don't want to hear that. How do you have no consideration for the people around you? And right, it's not the, again, it's not the kids that choose this, right? In most cases, it's like the adults who are watching over and can say, no, don't turn up the volume because there are other people around, let's be considerate. They just let it happen. It's going to be an airplane when they need to pull over to repair the wing and they can't, so it'll just fall to the ground. Well, I'm pretty sure if you're on a plane and the wing falls, I don't think your first thought should be, oh man, how are they going to repair this? Roblox Minecraft sounds and Mr. Beast videos all the way home. Oh no. Oh no. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I mean, I guess it's working. You know what I'll try to do is I'll try to push this to Steam tonight. I'll make a build at home and push it to Steam just to see if it's working normally in Steam. Because it's working in the standalone. But I think maybe we need to update or upload it via the Steam SDK in order for it to... Let's worry about that later. Steam input, Steam input. That will have to wait. Let's get rid of this. Shooting gallery rework. Well, this I have to do quite a bit with. I have to update the splines. And we kind of need gamepad support for that to work. I'm gonna wait on that then too. Text replacement and string system would be really nice to have. Though I don't know if I want to use Unreal's built-in localization. Maybe we could. Yeah, happy as fuck adults who are too friendly talk nonstop to the senior person next to them who's just nodding their head and smiling even though the senior person turned down their hearing aids. That's so specific. That is so specific. Yeah, Rex, that's perfect. Let's just don't upload anything to Diversion. And yeah, just don't put anything in engine yet, because we'll need to get you switched to plastic. And I've done a lot of changes. Strings. Tools. Localization. Hey, August, thanks for the raid, man. Good to see you today.
AUG16 ferated my stream with 1 viewers.
True talk. Localization. Dashboard. Do I want to fuck around with that, or do I want to just manually make a string table? The number of the strings in the game is so minuscule. Everyone fell asleep because I was typing code. Oof. I might just make a separate one Let me think here. No, I mean, localizing probably is the... Don't let him think. La la la, destruct. Shut the fuck up. God, I hate you guys. No, I love you. Maybe I should just learn how to use the proper localization dashboard. I fucked around with it many years ago. Just wasn't a fan of it. Maybe it's gotten better now. What is the easiest way to do this? Maybe let's start with one pop-up. Oh, this is it. You guys, I'm your shiitake. We don't have a string table. Let's say to localize. Do we have to make a string table? Is it a data table? Or is it like a separate thing? Data. Hold on, where's the documentation? Let's do the smart thing. Oh wow, it's so useful. Yeah, cultures. Blah, 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 blah.
Curse you, Baal!
As an asset. Where? Oh. Uh-huh. That's what I'm looking for. Christian Bale. I am flipping between like a billion things here. Okay, can we gather that? How do we do this? How do I refresh this? This says word count 0. Gather. Where's the gather button? Oh. Not very quick, is it? Should be able to Brit it? A Brit? Really? I didn't know that. Why does this take so long? What is it doing? What does that mean? Error. Shaders left to compile. You need to compile some localization shaders, huh? Edit. I feel like we need to gather from files. But we need to specify which. How do you do that? How did he get the conflict status? Form a gather to generate a conflict report. Yeah, I want to do that. Must have a native language specified. I don't know why it takes so long though. This is the issue. I feel like this shouldn't be a particularly long process. So weird. Okay, let's try doing this thing that he did though. Gather from text files, or from packages. Path wildcards. Auto Coin Dozer reloaded. Content. UI. I think we're also using UI for our... Yes. Waiting for server. Live coding. It's getting hung up on this live coding thing. Can I just turn that off? Somewhere here. Oh, where is it? I don't remember where they put it. Maybe they moved it. Is a red plus sign good or bad? I don't know. Don't know what that means. I think we should have a green check mark, not a red plus sign. I mean, maybe this isn't set up properly? Maybe he needs to be looking for the file itself. Oh, I'm dumb. I didn't do the check mark. Maybe that was the reason. What version you building this in? 5.6. Red is bad and green is good. Yeah, red is definitely not good. This bar should be blue. I didn't change anything. I don't know why this wouldn't be working. He didn't even make a localization file. Grabbing those from packages. I don't know, try reloading. So far, any bugs, any cool new features? Plan to rebuild my game, so it's considering the new version. 5.6 is like purely a performance boost from what they've said. It was just optimizations. We just like add a what's up with the new toolbar? Okay. That is not an optimization. That much I can say. I have no idea why it's erroring. Manifest dependency. Engine content localization editor editor.manifest. Are these important? I didn't get 100 what in 5.5? FPS? In what? Like just the base editor? That's crazy. And I just feel like it's not doing it. An empty level? An empty level? You're using a 3060? That's weird. I mean, editor performance is always worse than shipping build anyway, right? Got all the debug shit. Profiling overhead. Standalone, I think, is still running development or debug symbols, unless I'm mistaken. It's got the command line, it is. Yeah. You won't get it the same amount of FPS in standalone as you would with build. I mean, it's set to localize. Been given a string table. Localization dashboard red plus. Why this topic is still not closed. The problem was solved a long time ago. Unfortunately, I do not remember the solution. Wow, that's just so great. Thank you, sir. I don't know if that error is important. Also, by adding the folders where the words to translate are, mainly the folder where I save the widgets in the include path wildcards, and not adding the content in it. Okay, we'll try getting rid of the content. Who knows? I don't know what the manifest file is. I have no idea if that's important or not. I mean, it's base engine content, so it is important. How do you know it's important, though? And why would it not? It's base engine content. It should be shipped with the engine. Like, that's not something that I can add. Google it? I mean, I can look up manifest does not exist. Topic deleted by author. Useful. Fixed in 4.8.1. Apparently not. I can check the game any file, I guess. There's nothing. I have way too much shit open right now. So annoying. Let's see. Let's go back to this. Localization. Manifests are regenerated each time the localization gather step is run and shouldn't be hand edited. So a missing manifest is not an error, it should generate it automatically. New NVIDIA card that came out? What is it? It's a brick. I should have guessed, sir. Exclude path filters content localization. Yeah, we did that. Ugh. Loading policy drop down. Where the fuck is that? What is that? At the game, I have several options drop down, but whatever I pick, it is always set to never. Make sure your target is set. We have a target. Got him. I don't know why this isn't working. It just poops an error. I like how it says shaders left to compile though. I love the idea that localizing your game requires shader compilation. So why wouldn't it? I had to uncheck enable source control. I did that. And it still didn't work. I think maybe it's searching through that? I wonder. That changed nothing. We'll start fresh. Same problem. Why? Failed to load manifest. Yeah, I need you to make the manifest. Is it possible that it is a file length issue? there a particular folder named correctly to create? No. I think there is not an impossibility that there's a path length issue. What was it called? And we need to enable that in the group policy editor. I shouldn't have to do anything else. Like I've localized the text. It should gather it. It has the wildcards. Not impossibly the length. I already had a problem with that with building the game. Make a new project. Prereqs. I shouldn't change that group policy. That's just danger territory. Perform a gather. I would love to do that, but you won't work. Okay, let's delete everything related to localization. I can't unlocalize that. There we go. Oh, they're all turned on to localize. Still, what the hell? Failed to load? How did I install 5.6 if it's bitching about prereqs? Okay, just relax. Give me... I mean, it could be a 5.6 bug. Not impossible. Their clock thing have a breathe thing to clock thing? The fuck? What's a clock thing? The armband? Breathe? What breathe? Huh? Oh, that. I don't know if it tells me when I inhale and exhale. I know it does like blood oxygen and stuff, but I don't know about that. Broken here too. Is it just 5.6 maybe? Don't know. There is no error. It doesn't say anything, which is the weirdest part. Ooh. That felt good. Tramox Maxim sensitive. I would love to. We need green check marks, not red pluses. That's a green check mark. That is good. We like green check marks. I saw a green check. Can you believe it? There's actually a green check mark. In 5.5. Why are you loading like that? Stop loading like that. Oh my god. Green, yeah, I like green checks. That's exactly it. Word count 12. Where can I see those? Edit translations. I don't want those. But it doesn't matter. It is working here in 5.5. Why not 5.6?
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
A little bit early on the shiitake. But I agree, resentment can grow. L10N? The fuck is L10N? Wait, it moved my widget here? What? Numbers could also apply to the following. No. I don't know what that folder is. It works in 5.5, but not 5.6. Guess just run a verify. Oh. Why? Hey, like I said, maybe it's a 5.6 error. I don't know. I will check the Unreal source community. Localization. I turned off live coding. Got a rendering issue? What's the rendering issue? Data plates? Hmm. Sorry. I'm not the one. They are the one that didn't add the dark mode. Sorry about that. Why is it not verifying? Just do it. Just do the thing. Epic Launcher, what are we doing? Can you just be normal? What are we doing? Can you be normal? For once in your fucking life, Epic Games Launcher? Yeah, okay. Ugh, this is such an unproductive day. What a bunch of bullshit. You're productive with the fog. What is this? I'm half tempted just to restart my computer at this point. I would at least like it to verify the damn engine. But it won't even do that. Oh, here we go. Jesus Christ. It doesn't explain though why it was working just fine in 5.5. But not 5.6. Look at that read speed. Ooh, that's a nice read speed. Good thing is we don't have to cancel the stream or anything if I have to restart, because I got 2 PCs. Any output from that? Did we find any problems? Okay. That one worked. I think that was the 5.6 one. Let's try our game. This shit show in 5.6? I thought they were supposed to fix things in 5.6. I don't know why I can't find those manifests. This really tells us not to fuck around with that. What? I found somebody with the same issue and they're like, your version of UE doesn't have yet localization. I don't think that's the problem. The same path, but for old, and you know what? Fuck it, I'll try it. Fine. We'll try splicing in the old engine version manifests. Why not? What could go wrong? Where to store this shit? Content. It's about the dumbest idea. I'll make a backup though, don't worry. I won't do the complete stupid thing. Oops. Hold on. My hard drive dies suddenly, or they burglarized my PC. How fucked are you? Everything's in the cloud, so I mean, I would be really pissed. I'd be more screwed because I would lose money on having to replace components. Hard drive not so bad, but whole PC would be really bad. Hard drive wouldn't be that big of a loss. Bro. Really? That works? It's so dumb. That's so dumb. That might be the dumbest thing I've ever seen since watching CNN. Actually, any mainstream news, let's be honest. But no, that might be the dumbest. How does that even work? Okay, I mean, I guess we have localization. That's so stupid. Just think how the guy who found the fix felt. What does this mean, though? What do you mean my version of Unreal doesn't yet have localization? This is Unreal 5.6. This is from 9 days ago. Wait. He had the same problem. He had the same problem with the same version. But he writing 4.25 in here. Okay. I mean, I guess we have the localization now. To be honest. Yeah, I love the necroing such an old thread just to fix a localization dashboard problem. What the hell? Alright, let's throw in Polish here. Give me some Polish. Polish Poland. We have to have more than 524 words though, right? I mean, some of these don't need to be localized, right? Like numbers. That's crazy. Error loading translations, but we don't have any translations. Source. Font file. The fuck? I was so busy figuring out how we get that going that I actually don't know what to do next. Okay. Portable object. What do you mean my translation is in a font file? What does this look like? Game.po. What's a po? Game.po. Okay. Clearly not what we want to edit. Oh, there we go. There's okay. Now PL's open. Open it up. I want to translate. Where was game info? What is game info in Polish? Something informacja gra or something. What is game info in Polish? It would be gry. Oh yeah, but gry would be like games. Informacja o grze. Okay, thank you for that. But if game info is supposed to be capitalized, would we capitalize it here too? We have to compile that or something? Compile translations. You don't capitalize in Polish. Oh my god, what do you guys do correctly in Poland? Really though, like no capitalization? It doesn't help? Like if we have a like you know, proper nouns here like platinum chip, crown. Just the first letter. Well, Aga, you'll be the one translating this, so we'll trust your expertise in this matter. Okay, I forgot how we enable different cultures. I know there's some command for this. UE5 localization. I know there's nodes that we can run, but I swear there's also... Oh, dash culture equals? No. I'll find it. Oh wait, I think there's a way to see it in the widgets. Yeah, but is there a way to see it in game? Oh fuck, dude, I just changed my entire Unreal over to Polish. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay, we're better. That's not what we want. I don't want my Unreal Engine and you learn it the hard way. No. Wait, it still says it's untranslated. How do we... How do we, like, tell it that it's okay? I assume, like, a recompile, right? Oh, no, it... Wait. Okay, there it goes, there it goes. Spiel. Informatie. What the fuck language is that? Yiddish. You speak Yiddish? That's crazy. Oh, you don't speak Yiddish, okay. I was be like, dude, how'd you learn Yiddish? Do Jewish people have to learn Yiddish when they grow up? Preview in the editor. Where's the widget? So I know I can do it here. But it's not working. Editor settings, region, and language. Preview game language. I barely speak English. That's me when I'm streaming. Oh wait, there's two contexts. That's a different key. There might be a separate game info. There shouldn't be though. 20 DD. Yeah, it's got a whole separate key. Can't they just reuse it? I mean, it says it's the escape menu one. This should be the same widget, so I don't know why it would be a problem. Most streamers who think they're not nervous while streaming actually are, which is where the whole allergic to streaming phrase came from. Streaming is... I mean, I think some people are better than others. I know I'm more awkward on stream than off. But also there's... working on a game on stream is way different than playing a game on stream. Because I feel like I'm trying to expend all my mental energy here, but I can't. Because there is mental energy going towards the stream to make sure everything's running fine. You know, there's no issues. Long run, I know I'm more productive though. I don't know why I don't see this. Oh, that's frustrating. Does it actually have to be in a string file? Or am I wilding out? Oh, there are two versions of this. Why did I make two versions of this? Well, okay, this was a game jam game, so I was like... I was just trying to go fast. But why didn't I don't know. The localization preview button just isn't working. I changed my entire editor again. Also, they can't speak as they normally do, so people get an itchy face and or swelling sign. What the hell? Like beating around things that they're actually allergic. What the hell? Itchy face or swelling sinuses. I definitely can't speak as well as I normally would outside of streaming. But I've never had physical reactions to streaming. This function is a sledgehammer and will set both the language and locale. I love the text for that. I don't really know what the difference between these two is. I think language will default to the first locale, whereas locale is more specific. Ugh. Can I just like test this one instead? Your goal is to collect the crown. Can I just type something? Anything? Again, there's two of these. That's fine, I guess. Just... Translation archive successfully checked out and saved. Okay. I really appreciate the translation archive. When I woke up today, my only goal was so that the translation archive could be properly checked out. Oh! Again, I don't see it. Pulpit. Let's compile these. Still no changes. I'm missing something else, I guess. Let's go back to that video. Pick up where we left off. Now that we have the green check marks. Check mark's good. We did compile. Count words. Okay, to keep it updated, always do a compile and then count. Okay. I don't see that happening. He's got the blue thing here. I don't have the blue thing. The blue thing, it doesn't work for me. V5 localization preview not working. Yeah, where's the blue thing? Loading policy to game and restart the editor. I have a loading policy to game. Okay. There's no way that if you want them to appear here, you have to restart the editor. Oh, now it's working. Oh, okay. I guess we're just finding all the damn bugs for this fucking thing. Oh. Just kill me. Where's game info? I'm really curious why I have 2 copies of game info and they do have unique keys. It doesn't show up or duplicate the uses of these. I wonder if I just copy the over. Hey, Lord Bach. Okay, that does work. It's still annoying. I mean, I kind of just want one usage here, but it's fine. You're from Poland? I live in Poland. I'm not from Poland. Are you from Poland? You were in Poland last week. Are you Will Smith? Wasn't Will Smith in Poland last week? What were you doing in Poland? What if you are Will Smith? That'd be pretty crazy. It was a school trip. Are you German? I assume like German people go to Poland on school trips and Polish people go to Germany. You're Estonian. Oh, that's cool. Did you go to like Warsaw? Warszawa? Or maybe Kraków? We went to Radom. Sosnowiec. Oh, you went to Gdańsk. Okay, Gdańsk is cool too. Imagine a school trip to Adam. But just said most issues can be solved by closing the editor cleanly and restarting. That's fucking crazy. I hope that they fix these with the 5.61 patch. I think if I exported this to somebody translating, it wouldn't be too much of a problem if there were multiple use cases of close. I kind of wish it grouped these together, but I understand that there are different contexts, which are sometimes relevant. It would be cool if there's a way to group them. I remember walking on the street and literally 2 guys asked if we wanted to visit a strip club. And you're in a school trip? I hope you're like in college. Like I hope they didn't just walk up to a bunch of kids. Or like, late high school or something, right? I hope you were legal. Otherwise I'd report those people to the police. How can we export this for editing though? Okay, message string. Do you see the strings there? Oh, I see them separately here. Oh, because the message C text is still linking to the string file. That's why it's not showing up. But I don't want it to do that anymore. Graduating gymnasium this week, so yeah, I'm legal. Graduating gymnasium? I'm not familiar with what that means. High school? I've never heard the term. What type of strip club and is it squeaky clean? When have you ever known a strip club to be squeaky clean? Same terminology in Italy, but it means something slightly different. The one you worked at a strip club? Pretty cool. Like secondary school. I've never heard that. I've never been to a strip club either. I don't think I would want to. Like, okay, I get overpriced drinks, kind of fugly ladies, and I don't get to touch, so I could just go buy a bottle of alcohol and look at Pornhub. Like, I don't know what the difference is here. It's the same with like drinking out. I can go to a bar and have a, super expensive cocktail. Or I could just go make my own cocktail at home, and if I get too drunk, I can just fall into bed and sleep, and I don't have to find my way home. Like, I love an old-fashioned, okay? A good old Buffalo Trace old-fashioned, or like a Woodford Reserve. Beautiful. And an old-fashioned is easy as shit to make. You just need bitters, your alcohol, orange peel, and some sugar. The easiest shit to make. Doesn't cost very much. You order the same drink at a bar and they're gonna charge you like 10, 15 bucks. Why would you want cocks with tails? Well, you know, everybody's got their kinks, right? Do we see both game infos now? No. Been one for 1 minute. There was a guy jerking off that got kicked out when we got in, so we left. No way. You liar. I do feel like that happens a lot, though. I mean, here's the thing, too. If you're halfway decent at talking with women, you could just go to a bar and then ask for her to flash you. And you might even be allowed to poke it. Like, you'll get to see it up close for free, and you might get to poke it. Still cheaper than a titty bar. What are we talking about at this point? I actually just can't grab that. I mean, what's the proper use case here? Do you normally just want to put everything into a string file? Is it easier to work with string files? And these .pos or whatever the hell? So many questions. I mean, you can export this to a CSV, so I imagine it would be easier. Yeah, but this is literally just a key and source string. And I don't even know how you enable it necessarily. I can link it to a string table. But then how do you switch the locale? You love dancing? You love ballroom dancing and you're good at it? Strip club dancer is an easy as fuck way to make money super quick, especially if you start a business that shit like Kickstarter. I mean, I guess. I think there are a lot of people that just don't want to expose themselves to a bunch of strangers, though. Some days I wish I could expose myself to strangers and make money. To launch my business venture is not on my checklist, to be honest. If I could flash my sausage and make some money, there's nothing special about mine. Translation editor. Okay, so there are tools like PO edit that can then import and export that PO file. Kind of curious how that looks. Translation should start as a sentence. Your mom should start as a sentence. Oh damn, you can just click it and pre-translate? Twoim celem jest zabranie korony. Don't know if that's correct. Monety. Bro. I need Pro to do it. Not a horrible price, to be fair. You can actually just press Control 1 to do it. Oh, I see. Yeah, and then it tells you to... Okay. I see. Wasn't your checklist either, but it worked. Did you actually strip Pause for Love for some money? You actually don't have you don't have to answer that if that's too personal. Let me just push this to a compile to MO. Oh, save as PO. Oh. Don't know where I put those though. I don't remember what the context of those were. Credit card, escape menu. I don't see it working. Oh, maybe because we have to compile and save that. We'll figure out the workflow for this. A little bit confusing. Ballroom put dancer? So pole dancing was awkward, but I made a ton because my dance style was not at all normal. Well, that's pretty cool. Hey, if it worked for you, made some money. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I know one person who did pole dancing, but she does it as a sport, like not in a strip club. As far as I know. I would imagine she makes good enough money doing what she does that she doesn't need to augment that in any way. But she was telling me about it, and it's insane how much like upper body strength you need to do stuff like that. The really weird thing is like it got rid of spaces in the text. And now it's not showing me this. There are a lot of pole dancers who have never been a stripper. I imagine. I mean, it seems just like it's kind of fun. All you need is the pole. It's a good workout. I mean, you burn a lot of calories doing it, I imagine. Build up a lot of upper body strength. Plus, sometimes it's nice to feel like a stripper without being a stripper. I'm sure somebody will find that makes sense. A full body exercise. Why does this not work? That's so weird. The ones we did before work. Should I just reload again? Do I really have to reload after every change? People go to the gym for leg day. That's true. That's fair. I wouldn't. I don't know anything about it. Pole dancing is everything day. Fuck. Why? Can you just do the things? Just be working. Oh my god. Just this is so weird. Like, part of me thinks that it's not actually. I don't even know. I don't know. Where are the translate? Where is it? Huh? The fuck are we doing? Wait, it's my enum? Why the fuck is it localizing my enums? No, don't localize my enums. What the fuck are we doing? Get out. No. No, no, no. Stop it. The player doesn't see these. Stop it. What is this shit? Get out of here. Asset localization. I guess I could filter out those types. Gather from packages, exclude file extensions, exclude classes. Holy shit. I can't with this. I don't see it. Wait. Is that not the right class? Localization exclude exclude enum, yeah. This is such a frustrating day. I have a former colleague who was working with this, and she had a lot of bad things to say about the localization dashboard. I'm starting to understand that now. I think I get her pain. Okay, I can exclude that, yet I can't turn off the localization of it. What the fuck? I don't want to. Stop it. hate this. I mean, I guess I would just only then include, instead of all the content, because maybe that was stupid of me. Just do the UI. Fuck the rest of it. Just the UI. Yeah, work computer. Should I just try reloading it again? I hate this so much. I'd rather just have like one giant CSV file with literally all the string keys and just different columns for the localized strings. Okay, finally I can edit this again. Thank God. What a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare. Can we group these up into duplicates? This might automatically do it. No, it doesn't. This is a fix that is kind of super sad. This is pretty fucking frustrating, I'm gonna be honest. You can't even add custom context. That's crazy. That's so unhelpful. Imagine sending translations off to people without the proper context. There must be a way. There must be a way. I mean, maybe you type in custom context in the, like, the widgets. The namespace. Culture restrictions? Nah, fuck that, man. String tables provide a way to centralize your localized text into one or several known locations and then reference the entries within a string table from other assets or code in a robust way that allows for easy reuse of localized text. Thank you, that is what I want. But would we still have to... I guess we would still have to use those PO files. Because I don't think that I could switch out like a string table at runtime, unfortunately. As wonderful as that might be. So I guess our goal would be to switch everything over to one string file where we can reuse the strings that we need. So I guess I could take the... Is there an easy way that I could just cook the, you know, like English down into a CSV? When was the last time I got up, walked around, stretched and stuff? Quite a while ago. At least a couple hours ago. All right, let me hit the bathroom real quick, and then I'll figure this out. You guys can enjoy the music. Ooh. You guys know what I haven't had in a long time? Dihydrogen monoxide. Wireless earbuds headset. I have to walk a long way because I'm in a I'm in an office. Well, it's not like a super long way, but it would be long enough that I would lose most wireless connections. Okay. Did you guys have fun looking at the localization dashboard for the last few minutes? I hope so. Ugh. I feel like the proper way then is just building the string files from day one. But we'd have to replace everything. But then we could reuse those strings. Sorry. Plug in a wireless receiver thingy into extension so I can hear further away. Like I said, I gotta walk a bit of a long way to get to the bathroom. There's quite a bit of concrete in between, so I don't know how well the reception would be. Hey, Ely. Plus, I'm sorry, I hate it. You guys are gonna hate it, but I prefer old ass earbuds. The good old classics. I'm using these. These are literally the ones that I'm using pretty much. A little bit different, but do I want to do that today? Do I really want to sit here and rewrite everything into string files? Do I really want to do that? Okay. I'm gonna do it. Because we just go widget by widget at this point. We would need LQA as well. That costs money. Always things that cost money. We don't have that many widgets though, to be fair. LQA is a localization quality assurance. You need people to play it in the language and tell you if there are any errors or any like issues with strings. Usually when you hire somebody, people to do QA, or I'm sorry, to do localization, they would also do LQA. Or they should. Ideally. Only back in the day, everything was wired, so in studios they had stupid long extensions. I could see that. That doesn't need to be localized. Technically in our localization editor then we just shouldn't gather text. Right? Am I crazy? So we would do this. And then game helper game info. There you go, Rex. Good pyramid, I approve. The Wii had some good music. The Wii was a pretty amazing console. I was thinking about it today because there was a tweet about like Sony thinking about like PlayStation 6 or something. Sony PlayStation 6. Yeah, Sony's CEO says PlayStation 6 is now top of mind. Holy shit, was the PlayStation 5 a really disappointing console. Can I duplicate? I cannot, okay. That's so useful, thank you. Game helper. I think this would be way easier just to import from a CSV. Like I could just throw this into Excel. It'd be like a million times faster. Hey, Denictive. More console support too. Yeah. On a technical level, the PS5 was quite a success. Heard that lots of the players were disappointed with the game catalog. Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that on a technical level, PS5, also the controller, the DualShock 5, so good. Probably one of my favorite game controllers that they've ever made. But the game catalog, like, I bought a PS5. I was really excited for more exclusives, you know, because PS3, PS4, amazing exclusive titles that absolutely encouraged me to buy the console, but PS5 just didn't have any of that. The supply too was also quite nasty, yeah. do you think about the new Xbox handheld with ROG? I haven't really looked into that. Do you have like a good page with like tech specs and shit? Especially the tech specs. I want to see the tech specs. Maybe a comparison with the Steam Deck. It's pointing that it's 2025 and a lot of programs websites still have white as default. Well, some things I prefer white as default. I understand this is kind of annoying to look at, but in all fairness, it's Excel. I do want it to be white. Where are my buttons? How do I draw buttons in again? Where's my button? Hold on. That's the easiest way. Need a new macro, please. Xbox OS. Jesus Christ, though, $900. So it's the same hardware for the most part, not completely. Ryzen A1 Z2 Extreme. I wonder what the spec difference is on that. Yeah, but there's two of them. There's the Ally and the Ally X. Oh, this one's the cheaper one, okay. Nintendo Switch, dude, I love that. That's funny. That's a funny chart. The Nintendo Switch. Oh, these are just engineering projections. Ooh, fancy. I appreciate that. I mean, it's a full APU. I'm just really curious what this is running like. This is, keep in mind, this is the old one. I don't know how the Z2 A Zen 2 compares to this. Oh great, I can run in turbo mode plugged in Elden Ring at 1080p at 33 FPS. That's just the Z1 as well. So the extreme, so for $650 I can run Elden Ring in lowest settings at 30 FPS, or 40, sorry. And this isn't really that insanely different. Will it allow FSR? Yeah, there's Ek. Which is a pain in the ass to develop for? Yes, it is. I look forward to that little piece of shit disappearing off my build chart forever. It was a full shader model behind back when it was contemporary hardware, let alone today. Yeah, we also had to optimize something for Switch and it was not great. I imagine the Switch 2 is better, to be fair. So it's pretty much the exact same thing, except with these 50 AI tops. So, what does that mean for it? NPU enabled. They're not AI bottoms. Okay, so it's the same thing, but it's running Xbox OS, which is Windows, but like a something on top of that. So realistically, it's not going to get arguably better performance than the regular ROG Ally. But it does have the improved CPU. So maybe a little bit better gaming performance, or they're going to, you know, it's going to enable FSR usage. Just hardware that's good at matrix math and BVH traversal. I will let you speak for that one. I cannot confirm or deny what you're saying. What is the Steam Deck performance like, actually? Do you have any comparisons with it's mostly like a 10 to 15, maybe up to like 10 to 20% performance gain? Or maybe closer to 15 to 20%? That's the Z1 Extreme. But I mean, they're both the same CPU. The only difference is the RAM. The SSD. Wait, is that really it? Oh, an increased battery size too. For $250 more. Jesus Christ. It'd be fun to see someone other than Sony struggle to enter the handheld market with theoretically decent hardware that nonetheless fails to capture market share. Well, would I even qualify this as decent hardware for $650 to $900? Just so I can play Cyberpunk 2077 at 30 to 40 FPS at 720p at probably the lowest settings. Wait for the price. This is true. You're not wrong. If this was, I don't know, like, I don't know, 350, 400 bucks, you can get a fucking PS5 for way cheaper. I just don't see the point in having a handheld. Like, would I really be playing it that often? And shit, I mean, I can buy the... Isn't there like a PS5 handheld that can just link up? Yeah, the PlayStation Port... That's what it's called, PlayStation Portal. Which would allow me to just play my PlayStation 5. And that is... $200? Roughly $200? I agree, but I can buy this plus a PlayStation 5 for cheaper, and I'll get better results in terms of quality. I don't know, maybe I'm just somebody who wouldn't be playing games when I'm away from home very often. Hey, Yuna, can I see your game? No, yeah, sorry, we got really distracted here. I'm just working on some string files right now. We're just, this is a very small game. This was like a game jam game that we're finishing up to put on Steam, so. I spent 5 days making the gameplay for this. But we figured, hey, why don't we finish it, put it up on Steam. Better as long as your connection doesn't suck. Well, that's what I mean, is I just don't see much of a use in playing games handheld when I'm not at home. I just don't have it anymore. When I was young, sure, but nowadays, no. You're learning to code because I want to make mods. Oh yeah? What are you making mods for? 4 courses. Oh boy, don't get trapped in tutorial hell. Jump in and start making games. Start making things. Amazing Cultivation Simulator. I know that game. I do know that game. Welcome to tutorial hell. Do you have an easier one? I'd probably just generate the PO files. Graphics look good. You should have seen our previous game. Time to whip out the daily Cauldron Chronicles of a game that we aren't going to make because we couldn't get the money for it. I still like the way it looked though. We put in some good work on that. Yeah, getting trapped in tutorial hell is quite nasty. Remember to search tutorial hell? Is it a young person thing? Is there some generational factor that stops them from diverging from tutorials and making their own things? I don't know, Other Zek. I think I had some of it when I was younger. Also, my god, we have 63 people watching. I just noticed that. Thank you guys for watching me complain about the PlayStation Portal and ROG Ally. And also, Yidanbo, thank you for the follow. Thanks for helping us get to 900 followers. I appreciate that. How do I understand the type of game art? Like, if I want Genshin Impact graphics, how do I know what that is? You're asking the wrong person, number one. It's stylization. It's like anime, cartoonish, vibrant, you know, finding the words to describe it is really what you're going for. And then when you pass that over to an artist, you would just probably give references. Like, we want art like Genshin Impact. And you would want to describe, you know, poly count, what your characters should look like, how your landscape should look, because you might have differences there. Sorry, this is gonna be very bright. I apologize. I don't care about that. We just need the... row name and string. Stylized anime, yeah. May just be too bastard coded of a character experience. Tutorial how? It depends on what you're jumping into, right? There can be some really nasty. Why is that not saving? Oh, it wants me to save the book, yeah, okay. There we go. There is a lot to learn. You were not wrong. Oh yeah, that was to build with string files. I'm remembering some old stuff here. Okay, it is source string. That is what I thought it was. They do wrap each in quotations. We can export that. The enrichment tutorials purely on the basis of, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, ignoring instructions is half the fun. I mean, you have to try things, right? And sometimes you might find things that you didn't know, or you might learn that something doesn't work the way that you thought it does, you know, little quirks of the engine. Oh my god, the number of quirks of Unreal that I've found just by slamming my head against a wall. 3. Data start cell 3. Is that gonna error at me? Oh, where's my end export? Oh, wait, where did that put that? In my exports. It's the wrong folder. Okay, it does look good though. Just the wrong folder. We need this in Coin Dozer Reloaded. Data. I'll just throw it in there. I don't know if this will import the same way though. We'll try it. Looks good though. Failed to re-import game string table. Why? You might not be able to drag and drop like you can with the data tables. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can. Okay. Still feels weird that the notion of blindly following tutorials without doing any kind of active learning has become so normalized that we've given it a name. Are people not learning how to learn anymore? Yes, and I think AI is making that worse. Did find out that young people are not learning how to like troubleshoot things, partly because in MMOs a lot of the time where you get a quest, you're kind of just told to go to this NPC and talk to them, then go to that NPC. There's a lot of dumbing down. Yeah, there's a lot of dumbing down in games. That's why I don't like yellow paint. I hate it. I absolutely hate the practice of yellow paint. It's not an accessibility feature. It's a idiocy feature. Like, use your brain just a little bit. And it's not players' fault, but players expect it because developers keep doing it. And when developers stop doing it, players are like, oh, that must mean that I can't climb up there. So if developers just stop putting yellow paint in the game, people will be forced to have to use their brain in order to overcome platforming obstacles. And it's not to say that there are use cases of, you know, showing the player where to go, but there are better ways to do that. Lights are one of them. Lights are a much better way. Having the treat if you can't solve the problem, make the problem solvable is a strange new concept. There is some of that, yeah. It's like, even if you have to do it in a dirty way because you don't know the proper way to do things, that's fine. You know, sometimes you need to be shown, you need to be taught, oh, there's a better way to do things, here's how you do it. But if, you know, just think, like, how can I solve this problem? I need this. Let's just say that I need this cube to rotate, okay? Now there is a rotational movement component. I could just turn this into a blueprint and add the rotational movement component. But maybe I don't know that that exists. I can think, okay, on tick, let's add some rotational movement, or let's make a timeline that loops, that lerps between its rotational movement or something. Just find some way to achieve it so that you learn how to do it and build that into your skill set. Don't watch a tutorial, how do I make a cube move, right? Jump into something. Knowing how to Google things is also a skill, you're right. But even the best programmers still Google things. Like all of them. Because they don't know how to do everything. They try things, they get stuck, and then they Google how to do the thing once they get stuck. But if you never get stuck, you're never going to get over that hump. Okay, let's see here. I can group these up into sections, which might be a bit smarter. So we could say like WBP, startup, pop-up. We could do validation here for duplicates. Just do C17. That'll work. That will work. I will alternate as well. Easy way if you have a workbook with all of your, proper setups of formatting, you can easily just copy this, paste it in, and then you'll see it pop up here. Easy game. You're just like, Google it, and I'm like, I did. Now, Hell Systema made a big deal out of the fact that there isn't a map with quest markers. They straight up warn the player they have to think. Yeah, that was part of the selling points too for Golden Chronicles when we made it. Which some people were a bit worried about as a selling point, but I think it is a strong selling point. Oh, we didn't put it here. We put it in our one sheet, I think. I'm like, yeah, no quest markers. Figure things out. Just read. I'm sorry, this is a game that you actually have to play in order to play. My bad for assuming that you're intelligent enough to be able to read and think things through. Oops, don't do that. Game helper. And here, the beautiful part is we can actually just add in the context. Though I'm not going to fill that out yet. Because I'm lazy. Too bad. Oh, definitely do not continue the formatting there, please. Don't do that. Fun as a marketing point, but they had a straight up warn on launch message comparable epilepsy warnings. I would probably have to do the same thing. But try selling that to a publisher these days. We're gonna have tons of people complaining about the game because they didn't read how to do one thing. I'm sure the publisher will love that. One, two, three, 4 sections for this. Oop, wrong one. Tried adding the same collision as old coin had and instantly pushed more. We'll just work with that collision. It might make the coins look a little bit weird, but we know that the old collision worked, so we'll stick with that. Hold on, I gotta close my window. They're doing some landscaping outside. You damn noses! Sorry, lots of noises. I agree with you, Rice Boy. I actually agree with you. Sorry, I didn't read that earlier. I think an event log is great. I don't want the player to have to remember things that they shouldn't be expected to remember. But there should be a way to obtain certain info again if you need it, right? Not that there needs to be something on screen like, you know, telling you exactly what to do, but that, like you said, like a quest log or, I think Baldur's Gate 3's journal was great. And Larian did this in Divinity as well. I think their journal is really, really great. Hold on, where's a bigger one? There we go. Actually, that one's not good. Yeah. Might be a little bit of spoilers. But, you know, this is more like a log of the events that have occurred relating to a character or a quest. But it doesn't tell you what to do next. It's just, we did this thing. She did this thing. Thing happened. And I think that that's very okay. And it doesn't, you know, show up on your screen as you need to do this next in order to proceed. This, to me, is the perfect middle ground. And as we can see, it worked very well because tons of people like Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. I want to export this. We're going to re-import the strings. Not export, import. There are our strings. Missing string table entry, that's fine because I changed it. Title. Section 1. Section 2. Section 3. Orange Journal was a sweet spot, especially with the mods right here. Yeah, I really like that too. And I think that encouraging players to actually engage with the game in an intellectual level is something that a lot of games have lost. And you can see this exactly in the criticism. I think gamers want this, although some of them will complain. But the tweets from the Ubisoft developers about Elden Ring. The fact that Elden Ring scored a 97 Metacritic is proof that reviewers don't give a flaming poop about game UX. Nor quest design, really. And this guy was working on Horizon Forbidden Dawn. And then there was this was a UX developer for Ubisoft. Both complaining about Elden Ring. Or UX and quest design. There is your proof. You want to know the reason too? They bring in playtesters who don't know anything about the game. They play the game for 1 hour and they complain that they don't understand what's going on or that they don't know where to jump. And God forbid that a playtester spends 5 minutes trying to figure out where to go in a level. Who cares? Like, just get good at the game. And there's a difference between, you know, a player being bad and a level, a level not having very good signals of where to go. But there are ways to do it without yellow paint. There are ways to do it without putting some big thing on screen of where to go. Remember they got a journalist to play a side-scroller game? Dean Takahashi. You're talking about Dean Takahashi. Five-year-old versus Teen Takahashi. And you have to guess which one is which. It's just so wild. It is wild, yeah. More studios need to realize that using eye tracking in their playtest setup is more valuable than talking to the playtesters directly. I agree with that, Zach, yeah. Eye tracking is great. Do they just not read? Sometimes? Because here's the thing, well, a 5-year-old is very curious, right? A 5-year-old will read because they're trying to understand. And that's where the fundamental flaw is. Plus, the 5-year-old will actually just try things out. They will just test things. Because there's less of a feeling of shame by being wrong. There's less of a ingrained perception of what is right. The 5-year-old will jump into a game and will actually read on what to do because they're curious about it and want to understand it. Yeah. This is also the guy that, by the way, that played Doom. His Doom Eternal was really bad, but there was also the Doom 2016. And this was Dean Takahashi playing Doom 2016. So bad. It's always easier to learn art fundamentals when you're younger. You care less about being a bad artist. I think that there's a lot of... I think that juniors struggle the most with... like, people who are new to game dev and juniors struggle the most with the ego. And it's not necessarily like it's their fault. It's just there's so much competition to get into the game industry that you always feel as if there are people better than you. And the sad thing is there always are going to be people that are better than you. So there's vulnerability, and then ego was born out of that vulnerability. So you kind of want to think that what you're doing is right because you don't want to have to face the idea that what you're doing is wrong. And I think everybody struggles with something like that. I hate Twitch, yeah, don't worry. Twitch hates everybody. I think part of the issue is that most people's egos are like, they want external validation. I think everybody's looking for validation, but like, where do juniors obtain it? Especially if you're a, if you're like a solo developer or a junior developer and you don't work for a company. Like, imagine that I bet there are people in chat who want to get into game dev, but they've never worked in a company before with more knowledgeable, experienced people. Where do you get the validation? I mean, you post your shit on Twitter or something, but you know, you're not gonna get anybody to see it. Got a favorite game? I have a lot of favorite games. I think it depends on genre. The Uncharted series is really close to my heart because I played Uncharted 1 and that's when I realized I wanted to become a game designer. And then by the time that Uncharted 4 came out, I had become a professional game designer. So it was like it came full circle for me. I've always loved those games. I didn't see the movie. I know I didn't hear good things about the movie, but I didn't see it. How do we grab this? You have a favorite game from Next Fest? Yes. Ball Pit was so good. And good news, I read today they're not removing the demo after Next Fest has ended. I highly recommend playing this. If you guys like roguelike games, this one is really fun. Really well made. And Devolver's publishing it. So you know they'll support it. It's like Breakout. Hold on. Hold?
Has fallen.
Go play this demo.
A pit
It was so
is
fucking fun.
all that remains. Now treasure seekers flock to explore its depths. A brick breaking, ball fusing, base building, survival roguelike. Power up.
Really smooth gameplay loop. Tight gameplay. Easy to understand. Hard to master. I have no complaints. It was really awesome. Ascent to Zero. I didn't play that one. What a game.
Ball pit.
Ball pit. Not the ball pit from DashCon.
Descend into chaos.
Okay, that part is the DashCon one. Yeah, I definitely recommend this. This was a lot of fun. What else did we play during Next Fest? Ball spin. I kind of forgot what we played. I think Ball Pit's gonna take over Steam when it fully comes out. That's a day one purchase for me. Oh yeah, the chopper game. What was that called? What was that chopper game called? Can I just like... Is there a helicopter tag? I forgot the name of it too. A flight? I can sort by demos? Let's see. Type demos. Cleared Hot. That's what it was called. Yeah. That was pretty cool. I like that a lot. Especially the humor. It was pretty dad humorish, but that's what I appreciated about it. It felt very 80s. Is Next Fest still going on, actually? Oh yeah, it is. Almost finished, though. Jump Ship was cool. I like Jump Ship, but I played that before Next Fest. Escape from Duckov. Honestly, I thought would be a meme Escape from Tarkov game. Turns out, it's actually pretty cool. It's pretty well made. It's single player, which is good for me because I don't like PvP. I liked Escape from Duckov. I couldn't play Pioneer because their servers were down, so I didn't get to see what that was like. Starbirds was cool too. I like Starbirds. That's made by the same people that made Dorf Romantic. Syntopia was interesting, didn't completely sell me on the gimmick, but I won't look at it unfavorably when it releases. Didn't play that one. There's so many games. Moonlighter 2 was pretty cool too. Didn't completely sell me though. Typing that I do think AI is causing adult laziness, and I was saying I understand the think it through way for gaming for most people. In my opinion, if devs had the will to create two versions of their games, there should be the use your thinker and the would you like a hint versions. I think hints are great. I've used hints in games. Hints are wonderful. I think what I don't like is when the game just assumes that you're retarded, you know, and tells you the answer. I don't like that. Which, to be fair, sometimes I am. I just don't want to assuming that I am. Everyone has a healthy brain. Well, I think if you're playing games, you know, you should know what you're playing. It costs money and time to implement accessibility features. And a lot of indie developers can't afford to do it. It's because, like I said, it costs time and money. Hints should be delivered via phone lines the way that you actually have to talk to somebody on the phone. Great. All Zoomers and Gen Alpha will never be able to play games anymore. Calling up LucasArts Games for hints on Monkey Island. Okay, how can we... I don't want to gather from packages anymore. Or I do want to gather from packages, but I want to gather specifically from string files. Only. Let's see if this works. 40 word count. I think that's working. Remember when I first played Digimon World for PSX? It was before I knew I could search games for facts. I remember using the old stuff, or using the old game guides, right? By the way, for anybody who's uninitiated to the stream, I don't use the word retarded to refer to people who have actual mental disabilities. I refer to people who have no excuse being stupid but still act stupid. Like politicians. And my friends. And myself. Okay, I think this is the way that we do it. We throw it all into...
retard alert! Retard alert, class!
I think we all throw it into a game string file and only read those instead of searching for the raw text. That feels like the proper way to do this. It's a little bit weird, but then I can throw it into here and export it from here, and this is a million times easier to modify than anywhere else. Well, I think this is the play. And that was a lot of work just to determine how to work with strings. But I'm glad we did it. At least we know a bit more than we did before. Should persist comments on export. I guess there's no way around working with those PO files either, unfortunately. But it could be worse. And then instead of this PO file, we can pull in, let's see, this one, export to PO, desktop. We should name those better, you know, like strings PL file or something. Okay. Source text English, and it has source text here. I just wish we could provide a context section somewhere. If we add a note, test note, I'm really curious if this shows anywhere inside of here. It's good to have more knowledge information, but sometimes going in blind feels really nice. I think nowadays as an adult, I really like going in blind. I don't like lengthy tutorials. Okay, I don't see that note anywhere. That is for section 1 though, so... yeah, there's no note. That sucks, man. That's such trash. Why can't they take like the English version, the source, the translation, and add context to that? UE5 localization dashboard context. Like, how is that useful to me? I agree with you, Pause, for love. I just don't know if there needs to be a clear distinction between accessibility for people who like can't hear, right? Or maybe have colorblindness issues, and features that are seen as accessibility issues but aren't. And I'm sorry, I think that there might be some cases where, look, if you can turn off yellow paint, fine, great. But if yellow paint is the only way that you signal to players how to traverse through a level, and you don't have any other indicators, then turning off yellow paint is actually a net negative for people who don't want it turned on, right? Because there's no cool light or maybe some maneuvering of level design assets to help lead a player down a path. Then you're just getting rid of the only thing that you have in the game for that. Maybe there's something I'm missing? Gridley. What is Gridley? Gridley is a localization platform that empowers companies to manage, localize, and publish global content. Rarities? What the hell? Character? This is pretty wild. Localization. I just wish there was a plugin that enabled context. Easy localization tool. Yeah, see, this is what I want. This is exactly what I need. Import this, because then I can just throw the context in and send this file to localizers. Maybe I should look into this. Excel's your comfort. It is my comfort app. Actually, I wouldn't mind using the built-in tools if I could add context, but the thing is, if I can't tell a translator like where is this used? Like let's say I have like a single word translation. And keep in mind, I'm married to somebody who's done translations for games before, so I kind of know some of this already. If you have like a single word, but you don't define where that's used and how it's used, the translator might not be able to translate using the right word because they don't understand the context in which this is used. So I need to be able to define that somewhere. And there seems like there's no in-editor way to do so, which is really confusing. I can add comments. So I guess my goal would be to export. What if I do that? What if I export the translations for English? Reasonable hacks to add yet another locale so you have developer English with the full context strings. That's a pretty good idea, honestly, Zach. I'm wondering if I have this should persist comments on export. Hold on. What was that? This might not work. Like, you can see these in Engine, but that's fine. The translators wouldn't be working in Engine. I wonder if I could add it here. And if it would persist in... Developer English also ensures that rude, unprofessional sides don't get shipped to players. What if I want those to be shipped to players? What if I don't mind? Probably wouldn't work, right? Because I doubt comments persist across languages. I think your hack is better. Because then they could just sideload that, right? They could probably load up 2 of these at the same time. Yeah, they could have like the source and the translation here, which is actually the context, and then throw this up on the other screen and... What a headache. What a fucking headache. You would think, though, after this many iterations of Unreal Engine, they would have realized that having context is pretty crucial for localizers. I know when we were working on Darkest Dungeon that was one of the biggest problems that the translators had, was there was a lot of like Old English, which was hard to translate already, but then learning its context was pretty crucial for it. That was a custom engine, though. Yeah, that doesn't have any notes. So I think it probably stores the PO files locally then. Maybe. Stores the .archive file. Interesting. Doesn't store it there, though. Hmm. I wonder where it stores these then. The user comments and existing. Persist after export. I don't know. But it's a bit weird that these other programs don't even support context. Group by context. Hmm. I mean, this is just one program too, right? To be fair. Hey, Vintage. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm losing my mind thinking about this translation shit. We've made some headway. Oh. What if we get import from CSV in this program? Can it perform JSON? There's like PO, POT, XLIF, JSON, Flutter, Xcode. I have no idea about any of those except for JSON and now PO. Who knows? Well, we can at least test it with Polish and see how that works. We have these linked up properly. The other place where this is used is the escape menu. Title. Section 1. Section 2. Okay, this was informacja o grze. How did we push that over to completed? We just had to run the gather, right? I I think that worked. Although I don't see it working. Oh, was this an issue with we need to restart the editor? Is that the problem? Yeah, because otherwise that's not working. Right. What a day. What a frustrating day. Still isn't showing though. Why is that? We have to compile it first. There we are. Okay. Still though, I don't see it. I can preview it and it shows, but I can't play it. Well, it shows here, but not in play in editor. Why? Oh. Sometimes I can't with this game. Or with this engine. Okay, all we know is we need to make the strings, set them, compile, gather, and then play in standalone. Otherwise, we can't see it for some reason. Maybe I can make a quick... num1, num2. ENUS. Technically it's not US English because I write in British English, but whatever. We'll let the Americans worry about that. It is switching. So it does work. At what cost, though? Is she writing British English, or do you flip-flop on how to spell gray and forget whether there's a U in color? I always put a U in color. Gray, I flip-flop on. 100% flip-flop. Rex, by the way, can we get new icons, too, for these? We can worry about that, though, after the, I guess, after the meshes are done. Maybe they will look better set up a render scene to try as I did before. Okay. That's all I did was I just threw them into another level, get the light put on them properly, and then just took a screenshot and edited out the background, which worked. And I think I put them all into art icons. I think they're all in here. So they should be easy to find and replace. Well, I guess tomorrow then I'll continue to move over all the strings to the string file so that we have a good pathway for localization. We learned a lot today. Hey, CB Beats. It's been forever. It has been. You missed a lot today. Table questions seem to be working better. Awesome. I will get you set up on plastic tonight then. That'll be the plan. And I'll tell you how to use it a little bit. If we can do like a video call or something, that'll be much nicer. I guess we didn't need to delete a lot of this level, but it is what it is. Second inventory system, don't know. Kind of took a break. Ooh, yeah, inventory can be tough. Like the UI part of it, or the functionality, like getting things added and removed and checked from your inventory. UI part's always the most troublesome part, I think. The functionality part, oh yeah. What do you have putting in, going into your inventory? Oh, like the foundation of it. What's your inventory like? You said the functionality is a problem. Do you have it like working from the code side, or like all the structure set up and functions to move things in and out? Okay, main menu, finalize all strings. I guess we are halfway through working on the new string system. Kiskit39, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Monday. And aren't working with annoying string systems. You start writing stuff like that down too, or I keep forgetting what I'm supposed to do. Same. I'll by the way, I'll send you this file, or I'll just, I'm just gonna do this. Easiest thing to do for now. If we want, by the way, I can make like a U track for us, but I think that our game's pretty small that I don't think we need to. It might just waste more time. But at the very least, we can start to rework the string system, get a monospace font thrown in. And probably before we finalize all strings, we do need to do the escape menu rework. We still have more work to do, but it's all just finishing up. All the gameplay is there. The game plays just fine. Actually, you guys can play the original version of it by typing in ! Coin Dozer. I think, but that's the one without all the art in it. Sometimes the bumpers don't trigger too. I wonder why. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? I wonder if they're hitting something else. It bothers me in a way that it shouldn't. It's hitting the coin mesh. And I think the print is pretty consistent. I don't know if emissive needs to be 100 though. It's high. Yeah, we're even using CCD and MACD on it. Your guess is as good as mine. I was just curious, like, where you're getting stuck with your inventory, because you have like the data side of it, but also the visual side of it, right? And I think that the data side is easier to set up, but the visual side is, you know, actually showing the inventory, getting the player to like equip and move things around. That can be a bit of a nightmare. I don't know. I think I have some confirmation bias, but I think that helped a little bit, but still. Still, it's so weird. I don't know which one bumper 20 is. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? We'll just let it be. I don't understand how they're describing it. I guess I'll keep looking, keep the good work though. Oh. One thing that I can recommend for inventories is to use IDs. Mainly because it helps to keep the bloat of save files very minimum. They're very fast to look up as well, and then you can put all the data into your data tables, and that way if you need to make balance changes, it doesn't affect players' save games in any way. So you might have, I don't know, like we had for like Colton Chronicles, we had ingredients, and we had a structure of IDs to numbers, and then that was an array in the player's inventory. So we could just, actually I can just pull it up, why not? What am I doing? Show, don't tell. But I find it useful to like break down your inventory into what you want to store. And it's okay to store it separately because then you have smaller sections of your inventory. Like, again, I don't know what kind of game you're making, so maybe this doesn't work for yours, but for ours we did ingredients, potions, seeds, and these were separate arrays within the player's inventory. So when I wanted to grab all the player's seeds, I knew exactly which array to look in, which one to query, right? I will show you. Maybe this will help, maybe not. I apologize if it doesn't help. Okay, give it a sec. Build the navigation. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I stored everything in the game instance. All the player's inventory, ignore that. Don't look, that's ugly. That's not as ugly, you can look at that. So you see the player inventory up here, ingredients, potions, other, books, seeds, gold. And ingredients was just an array of these IDs to numbers. What was the function called for adding ingredient? What did I call it? Update ingredient inventory. In that way, what we could do is we could just grab the player's inventory, their ingredients specifically, and we could check if they already own that ingredient, and then just update the number that they had. So was ingredient found? Oh yeah, we put it down here. If true, we can just update that number. I gotta come up with ideas. No worries, CB Beats. You can repay me one day. Or if it's being removed, right? Because we had whether or not it's being removed. Amount to add. I mean, you can always just make the amount to add negative. But you should also maybe run some check. So I like to do, you know, removals by one. That way we can always check, does the player actually have enough? Otherwise, you have to set up a little bit more work for that. But it can be done. And then we can just, you know, I think we hold probably a local variable. No, we don't even hold a local variable. I literally will just set by reference. Yeah. So we grab the player's inventory. We get the index at which it was found if we found it. And then we just set by reference the number plus the amount to add. Seems like the bumper hit some collision on side of coin that doesn't trigger it. There shouldn't be a collider on the side of the coin. What do you mean there's a collider? Shouldn't be. We only check actor too. It could be the delay. I'm thinking it might be the delay. Because we just checked the actor, not the component. Yeah, I don't know if that helps CB Beats, but that's what I do for my functions. And then we can make functions too for like get ingredient amount, easy grab. But yeah, store your inventory in like your game instance, and then just make some quick function library functions for updating, grabbing, Usually I do those two things, like update inventory, get inventory. Or like we can grab the index of an ingredient. What is that in? The function library? A component of the player. The game instance is a separate blueprint class, so when you go to make a blueprint class, you can come down here and type in game instance. And you'll want this one, the one right below object. And once you make it, you then have to set it in your project settings. Game instance class, and ours is GI Alchemy. And that runs on the top layer of the game, so when your game is loaded up, from the time that your player double clicks to the time that your player closes the game, that game instance is always going to be there and is never unloaded or reset at all. So it's a really good place for storing global variables, and especially if the player transitions between levels, you can keep variables stored there and then save and load from it too if you want. Very handy. And the usefulness of a function library is that you can call these functions from any blueprint in the game. So it doesn't matter where you want to update the player's inventory or check it, you can do it anywhere. So in the instance itself is the function library. The function library is separate, so when you can go to make a blueprint function library, and we can test this out, so we can make a function called myTestFunction. Give that a quick compile. And now anywhere in our game, let's say our BP cauldron, we wanted to use that, we can type in myTestFunction, and there it is. I don't think you would know what those are, Tramox. Is that what you've been looking for your whole life? Are you feeling what I felt when I first discovered function libraries? It's a pretty good feeling. It's like, oh my god, finally I can call things. I know where to store things globally. I know how to call things globally. Mind opened. I know exactly how you're feeling. There's also a good one too, so you can do, here's a sneaky breaky one. When you go to make a function, like let's say, you often have to cast things, right? To like, if you want to get your game instance to store something in, you might have something called, like get game instance. Because typing this out every time is really boring, right? Really annoying. Get game instance, cast to GI Alchemy. You don't have to do that every time, right? So make a function in your function library called get game instance. Output this. You can type in something simple like GI and select the peer option. And now, in your blueprints, when you want to get your game instance, you'll have your custom one up here. Look at that. And you can even make that look a little bit nicer here. Compact node title, GI. Look at that. Now you can get your game instance, your custom game instance, as a little getter node like this. The peer option makes it purely amazing. That's what it does. You can ignore execution nodes with that. And now you can just grab it. I can be like, yeah, I want my player's inventory or something. Okay, player inventory, here we go. Or have they completed a tutorial screen or something, right? Has the NPC arrived once? Bram. Easy to go. Posted a laptop bug on Reddit and I was told my GPU is dying. Oh man. What genre programmer are you using to code your game? I'm learning Unity. I am using Unreal Engine. But Unity is great too. They're both good. So if you're curious, like, I'll pull up System Break here because it's a better example. Whenever I'm making a new project, CB Beats, apart from like basic folder structure, I will do the following. Make your core folder. Make a function library, a macro library, game instance, game mode, and sometimes, though you don't always need it, a custom controller. But for sure, at least game instance, macro library, and function library. And the one thing with macro libraries to keep in mind is that when you make them, when you select your parent class, select object. In this way, you can call them in every single class that you make. More engines that start with U. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. And then in your function library, make get game instance and get player controller. And you want to set these up the same way. Here, type in a compact node title like PC, and that way when you are working in any blueprint, you can just do get game instance, get player controller, and they're already what you need, no casting. And additionally, if you want, type in press the little favorites, so that when you type in get player controller, it doesn't default to this one, but to the one that you've made. Have you finished any games and released them? I've worked on 3 commercially released titles that are all multi-platform. But this is my first time starting up my own company. Turns out you don't make a lot of money, and it's pretty hard. 2 out of 10. But it is fun. Yeah, the games that I've worked on below are actually below the, or what I've worked on before are below the stream. I've worked on Darkest Dungeon, Train Life. Oh, there's no NDAs on those games anymore. There are games that I've worked on that haven't come out, and those I don't know if I can talk about too much, but Darkest Dungeon, Train Life, and Forever Skies. It's way hard, not a 2 out of 10. Darkest Dungeon was big, yeah. That's a fun game to work on. Forever Skies was fun to work on too. That team was really good. Probably the best team that I've ever worked with was the Forever Skies team. And I mean that from like a hierarchical, organizational point of view. Super knowledgeable, no egos. Train game crowd. To be fair, I really liked the people that I worked with on the train game. I wasn't a big fan of the management or the production of the train game or the publisher. But it feels like the environment just got a good game. Yeah, the artist did a fantastic job with that game. Really cool spawning system too. Alright, what did I do? More localization. Headache. So when you're working in this, Rex, make sure to like, I'll show you how to do this after the stream, but you can make branches. And that way if you can work in that separately from other people. And then you can merge your changes in with them. So if you're just making changes to like the art, I can be working on something else, like not the meshes. And then I can pull in your changes into mine. You can pull in my changes to yours. But the more you commit, the better. Because you don't want to have to commit like 5,000 changes at once. Then you might have conflicts. But this will work a lot better than Diversion, in my opinion. Either way, it is 4 p.m. Well, the Chronicle says terrible UI. Well, it is a prototype. So it's not meant to have good UI. I will show you the... I'll make it. I'll make an example here. Let me load up Paint. When you got a game, you have a few phases. Phase number 1. Idea. This is the cheapest and easiest phase. This is not a game. It's great to have an idea, but what you really want to work towards is your next phase, which I like to call, although every place has a different calling for that, first playable. Some might call us MVP as well. This is generally where your whole gameplay loop and some of the other mechanics might be on display in a very rough way. No finished art, no finished UI, nothing. That's what we were at. The next phase is vertical slice. One of the toughest milestones to get to, and one that a lot of people don't consider. This should be like a slice of a cake, the perfect vision of your game with production ready pipelines and release quality assets ready to go. It has all the flavors of the cake, every ingredient that's going to be used there, it's just a small slice of it. And that's where you would have more finalized UI. Now, UI is usually not finalized until the end of a game anyway, but you would have better looking UI. A good example would be Witcher 3's White Orchard and Witcher 3's E3 gameplay. I think I can pull it up. It's pretty old now, though. This was their gameplay trailer. I don't think this had their UI in it, though. I think the 2014 one did, though. Yeah, so you see here that they had some finished UI. Obviously, this is not how the game looks like now, but this was at least something that they consider to be release quality, which I would agree with. This is very much release quality. There's nothing placeholder here, even if they intend to iterate on certain aspects. But this is your vertical slice. And it does cost money oftentimes and a lot of time to make. After this, you start rapidly building out your world, working towards alpha. And at the end of alpha, you should have your full game world fully playable, maybe, placeholder. You might not have all of the translations in, of course, or sound effects, dialogue, audio especially. You will just have maybe some white boxes, some unfinished levels, but the full game should be playable from start to finish at that point. That's where you start to fill it in with content. Beta. Alpha to beta, pure content. Content. Beta up to release, polishing, bug fixing, performance, optimizations. And that's how you get from idea to release. Those are your stages. Golden Chronicles was here. And we were trying to seek funding to get to here. We could not get funding. It's possible to learn how to indie game dev from zero to release and maintenance of updates on game, or is it impossible task because of man hours? No, you can do it. No, it's very possible to make games solo, but you will have to learn how to do everything yourself. Or you can be egotistical and say that you're a solo dev, but you've actually outsourced and worked with a lot of people. I don't like that. If you truly worked on every single thing yourself, go ahead, say you're a solo developer. If you have just mainly done a lot yourself, but you've outsourced or worked with other people, don't say it. Anything is possible. I'm doing it right now. It's a lot of work. Because not only do you have to make the game, but you have to market the game. You have to make all of the marketing footage for it, all the trailers, all the... If you want to go to Kickstarter, you have to make the Kickstarter campaign. Ugh, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, don't worry about the fake URL. It's Twitch bullshit. Advice I got was learn to code, to use AI to create the art. No. Yeah, don't use AI. Nobody's gonna buy AI games. The advice should be learn to code, learn to design, learn to art, learn to market, learn to not give up, learn how to Google. There's a lot of things to learn. And if you're working in big engines like Unity or Unreal, you're gonna have to learn how to do a lot of small stuff in there too. Don't bother with art. In some cases, you don't need to. Depending on your game, you don't need to give a shit about art too much. Or you can make something simple. But I don't know, just if you want to be an indie developer, find people to work with. I learned how to add a background image. That is nice. Took me a long time to learn how to add shit like that. Don't say you're a solo developer ever. Don't make sympathy plays. Honestly, I don't think that's a hot take, Zach. I agree. I agree. 99 times out of 100, when people say they're a solo developer, they aren't. And I think that those 99 times out of 100 are putting down the people that actually helped on the project. And the same thing is kind of true with Expedition 33. It wasn't 33 people. 33 people full-time on the Sandfall Interactive team. And then you had all the other people that helped out with the game. So it's not like 33 people made the game. No, like probably over 100 people worked on Expedition 33. Why don't like 100 indie devs work together and make a AAA game? Because some people would have to bring those people together, organize them, and you need really good producers for that many people. And it's hard to find good producers. I saw someone bring up a good point that having to split earnings with another person is no big deal because you're likely sell way less or way more than you intend. Yeah. I don't like splitting earnings though. I don't like rev share. Chance of being right in the middle where earning half even matters is small. I usually don't like rev share. But I'm okay with it as long as everyone else is okay. I don't know, it depends on the situation. Assassin's Creed Shadow versus Schedule 1, yeah. The Next Fest demos I played explicitly talked about their team size, framed as a preemptive excuse for the demo quality, and they were all shitty demos. I think just not talking about team size is not a horrible thing to do. I have to preface, you know, when people come into this stream, I think that they assume that watching a Twitch streamer develop a game, they are the solo developer, but I'm not. And I don't want people to think that I am. So there's a lot of just constant reminders like, no, we're not solo, I work with other people. Was this my strings? Yeah, it was. Let me rename that. Sorry, we can chat while I'm finishing this up. That was the Steam SDK. Throw that in there. DS4 Windows, appies. My years as a gamer, I believe any excuse to not make a game that the players want is being cheap and corrupt. I think games are like a middle ground. Games are both the vision of the developers, but made for gamers. Like the people spending the money, of course. But that doesn't mean that players always know what they want, and it doesn't always mean that you should ignore players. There's a middle ground. A tight walk. Ignore those, whatever. Fuck those. Don't need this. Good enough. Yeah, most people aren't good at making games. People have the choice. It's sad to say, if you're gonna make a game, you gotta make it marketable. Otherwise, you shouldn't expect money. It's just the harsh truth is that for every easy, simple 2D platformer out there, 99.99% of them will never make the amount of money that they cost to develop. I expect people to work for free though. It's kind of entitled. I disagree. If you don't have money, how can you pay them? And I'm sorry, but you can't promise to have a profit. And if you want to start up a business, you can't promise rev share either. If your goal is, yeah, let's make a game and then let's rev share to start a company, but with what money? You've just split the revenue. With what money? You should just know who you're teaming up with. Hey, Codex. Tang is still going. Took a whole sleep. Yeah, we're just talking at this point. I finished with development for today, but we're just chatting. And people who make videos, most of them don't make minimum wage from what I understand. Yeah. It is what it is. Capped overshare can be a decent bonus, but it isn't a replacement for wages. I agree. The problem is you can't promise rev share with profit off of a game if you can't assume how much you're going to make from the game. I would rather not promise rev share, sell 5 million copies of a game, and then just give out bonuses, right? On top of, as you said, a good wage. But I can't say, let's make a game, and I'm going to pay you wages, and we all get to walk away with 5% of the revenue. And then we barely sell enough to stay alive, and I have to say, well, okay, either we take our rev share and the company goes under, or we don't take the rev share and the company stays alive. Well, you know, what's our option here? I'd rather just not talk about it. Like, look, I'm gonna pay you what it says here on the piece of paper. That's what you get paid. If we make a lot of money, yeah, we'll give bonuses, but I can't promise that. Wages need to come from somewhere. But what if you're doing a startup company? Where does the money come from then? Hey, so Fanny, hope the game is coming along nicely. Slow progress today, but we learned some things. Some days be like that, right? I'd rather do unpaid work with a friend than rev share with a stranger. I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Someday we came to projects with friends, and honestly discussing money is suffering. It is. I think just don't. Like, I'll be honest, I promised the person that I'm working with the art for Coin Dozer equal split. Like, whatever we make. But when it comes to like our big mainline games like System Break, I say, look, let's make this, let's get it on the market, and then let's talk about the money. You know, when we're ready to actually market this out, let's get our vertical slice put up on Steam, and then we can say, okay, are we making enough that we can actually like maintain wages for a company? Under the impression that the wages usually come from investors. How do you get investors? Startup easy, throw some buzzwords about AI and gets the sweet investor funding. I don't know if that works anymore. Well, AAA games are different than like an indie. When you're starting up like an indie studio, would a non-profit for profit organization or a game dev make sense? Non-profit? How would you do that? How would you get funding and make games? Unless it was like some educational game or something, right? Or like I don't know. I don't do non-profits. I'm strictly for profit. What do you do? Give the game away for free, right? Just be able to work on the off time and eventually a product is made. To some extent. Sorry for confusion, I'm mostly talking at regarding their idea for 100 indie devs coming together to make a AAA game. Oh, well, in that case, I mean, you could still do it. The thing is, you would have to make something, because you can't impress investors with nothing in nearly every case. So you would have to have those indie devs working free until you had a vertical slice, and then you pitch your company, you know, direction and goal and business model with the vertical slice. But I still wouldn't promise rev share on that, because that's really dumb. Like, yeah, let's start up a company, and also we get to take the profits from the game, and everybody gets to walk away with it. And then the game comes out, it sells enough, but not enough to do any decent rev share, and people either get like $2 of rev share so that the company stays alive, or you walk away with all the money and then everybody's out of a job again. Oops. Yeah, I wouldn't want to coordinate with 100 indie devs either. Just because you're a developer doesn't mean you're good at working in a team. Some should come from a YouTube video showing 2 years of game dev where they made 20 cents an hour, 200 profit, and the investment is mostly hours, and that's what I've seen. 2 years of game dev where they made 20 cents an hour. So like a sweatshop? All I can say is this: if you're working someplace, and if you want to work at a place and like build your own games and make your own money, and you want to work for somebody else, you have two assumptions: they have enough money to pay you, or they don't. And in almost every single case, they don't have enough money to pay you. So you have a couple of options: either you tell them no, you say goodbye, and you keep looking for that 1 out of 1 billion indie developers who actually has the money to pay you to work on the game that they're probably not getting paid to work on. Or you suck it up and you do some work for free and you try to start up something. And unfortunately, I've met a lot of developers that just refuse to work on side projects because they want to get paid, understandable, but then they've never worked on a game because guess what? That's not the reality of what it is. And then you have the people that are like, hey, I want to do rev share. And it's like, okay, but we want to start a company. Okay, I still want rev share. It's like, okay, but we might only sell 100 copies. And then you're going to be walking away with absolutely nothing. So what do we want here? Do you want stability or do you want money? And one of those has both of them. Well, for games that require hosting or multiplayer, they do need to pay big money per month for servers. It's not as big as you'd think, but it just depends on what kind of servers. If you use like Amazon Web Services, it can be expensive, but there are alternatives to Amazon Web Services. Like i3D is one that claims to have 80 to 90% cheaper servers. And it's owned by Ubisoft, actually. It's owned by Ubisoft, but this is, from what I've heard from the people who have talked to me, 1,000,000 times cheaper than AWS. And they own their own wires under the sea, so they're not connected. Oh, I don't know. It all sounded good on paper. I guess they have some people that they work with. They have protection and stuff like that, so seems nice. I don't think they have the prices on here, but they told me it was 90% cheaper than AWS. And they have a lot of prior use in game dev, so there's, you know, there's case studies for this, right? Yeah, AWS is insanely expensive. I didn't know about i3D, and it's such a weird name, you would never like connect it with game servers. August. A friend of mine is saying that the stuff I've been posting makes for good reel for jobs. He's asking if I'm interested in full-time jobs, but I feel like that might become a detriment to my project, so I'm thinking I'm more open to contract work for extra cash. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, you can make money with contract works if you're like an artist or something, or even a programmer. I don't see why not. Not as a game designer. Nobody contracts out game designers, I'll tell you that. But no, money in game dev is weird. I agree though with Zek. I would much rather work on a game with a friend for free than rev share. I need to trust the person. And if I trust the person, you know, and they tell me rev share, then it's like, okay, whatever. I'm not expecting to make money sometimes, so it's like, let's just make a game. AWS is all pain from a security standpoint. Even their government compliant boxes have consistent issues once you start sniffing the traffic. Oh shit. Want to be paid as a game designer, be happy, get to do stuff for free. Yeah, nobody contracts game designers, even though they should. Okay, there's tons of games that are designed horribly, and they should contract out game design, but every game designer under the sun thinks that their designs are perfect. Lee.p, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I will get going here soon. I have to go help out Rex with getting set up with plastic. But then tomorrow we can jump on to Coin Dozer again and continue working on that. The more time we give Kotspur, the better. So he's going to be taking a look at system breaks, setup, and then we can jump back into it. But we only have, you know, like a week and a half until Death Stranding 2 comes out, so I'd almost rather just use the time here to finish up Coin Dozer, however best we can, and then just jump into Death Stranding 2. Yeah, we do have a stream calendar. You can get to it with ! schedule. I need to fill out July and August. I'm going to be doing that soon, let's say. Maybe this coming weekend. Hiring in this industry runs on people vouching for each other. One big circular vibe check. Yeah, I mean, I think that most, from what I know in the industry, working in it for over 10 years, most positions are filled via reference. They might post the job online, but then they'll get a reference from somebody like, hey, I have this friend that I've worked with before, he was pretty cool. I'll see if he's willing to do the job. Bam, done. So like knowing people, connecting, networking, that's the way in. Same goes for productive, unfunded indie projects. Yeah, some of it's just like being in the right place at the right time too. 34 and I never got a job with an application. I have, but I'll tell you what, for every job that I've gotten, there's over 100 rejections. And even the ones that I did get, like I know that one of the ones that I worked on for a few years was, it was literally, they had a position open, but I was referred, and that's how I got hired. After my previous job, so yeah, it's pretty crazy. Tough industry. Only had one job and I'm 20. That's pretty normal. I don't think that's too crazy. Either way, guys, I'm gonna get going. I gotta go eat. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I will see you guys tomorrow for more Coin Dozer development. This was kind of a unproductive day, but we learned a lot about strings and localization, so we'll continue with that and push it one bit closer, right? Thank you guys so much for following. Thank you so much for showing up. If you are watching and you haven't followed, consider giving us a follow. We stream pretty much every weekday from 9 a.m. Central European Time to 4 p.m. Central European Time. Mostly game dev, sometimes a game to break up the development a bit and prevent getting burned out. But it's mostly game development. And then we post all of this to our YouTube channel, so if you are curious and you want to see previous days of any of our games development or our gameplay, you can see all of that on YouTube. We do shuffle them into playlists and we put the date that they were recorded so you can see when we did certain things. Either way, guys, take care. I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Peace. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys.